この番組はご覧のスポンサーの提供でお送りします。Last time on Mushoku Tensei, donuts. Don donuts! Don iko! Rudy has got very dead very quickly, and it was spectacular. We had ourselves a bit of a run-in with a big boy named Orsted. Is it with an A? Fuck. Do I have to look this up because I'm an idiot? I could just look at... It's not with an A. Orsted. Thank you, comments. We met a guy named Orsted. He's the dragon guy. He's a lot. And, well, Rudy decided to try to talk to him and ignored everybody else being like, and we all got dead for it and then got undead for it. And now what? Now we're in the mountains, alone, terrified. Well, together, terrified. Almost dead, just realized that we could get very dead very fast in this world, and that maybe empathizing with people too quickly might not be the best move. And that's what happened last time, and that's where we are now. Let me tell you guys a couple of things. First off, I've had a hard day today. It's my fault. I did some stuff in my Discord that ended up with some well-deserved backlash toward me. And today has been emotionally rough. I wasn't sure if I was going to record another episode of Mushoku Tensei today. I had a serious inclination, desire to not do so. Because when things are going wrong, or you feel emotionally distraught or distracted, it's my tendency, at least, to want to curl up and crawl under my covers and turn the heater on in my room and get very warm and very cozy and do nothing else. And I am instead getting up here in front of the camera to do what I do, which is to share the wonderful experience of watching my favorite thing in the entire world, anime, and share it for free with people. And that's all I really want to do. And sometimes it's hard to do the thing that I love the most in the world. And that's okay. And that's okay. I'm going to do it anyway. Because it really matters. We're going to keep the comment spotlight brief on this one, but we are going to do some comment spotlight, so let me pull that up really quickly. Kelvin Calthon. I took the Orsted line, I see you can look me in the eyes, as in Orsted was surprised that someone could look him in the eye, given that his curse would make people too scared to do so, and nothing to do with Orsted thinking, how dare you look me in the eye. This was a misinterpretation that I had that a number of people have pointed out, which I am grateful for them pointing that out. During the dialogue portion of the encounter, Orsted struck me as totally indifferent up until the point he realized Rudy wasn't affected by his curses. He didn't actively think he was superior to them, just like we don't actively think we are superior to ants. We just are. If an ant looks me in the eye, I wouldn't think, how dare that ant look me in the eye? I honestly wouldn't think about it at all, since it's an ant. But once Orsted noticed that Rudy wasn't being affected by his curses, that's when he started to take an interest, because that shouldn't happen. When Rudy mentioned the mana cataclysm, I took Orsted's expression as him connecting some dots in his head, which prompted his question about whether Rudy knows of the Hitogami. Regardless, I am very interested to learn more about this guy. As am I, and you've summed up some of the reasons why, and added some reasons that I hadn't thought of why, so I very much appreciate it. I think my favorite comment in the entire comment section, and I have read all of them, I think, at least I tried to as they came in via notifications, there were a lot. I think this by Kogaon is my favorite. I've always liked how the only time this show has done the "you're probably wondering how we got into this situation" is not only to build tension, which it successfully does, but also to simulate the effect of Orsted's curse. After seeing what Orsted has done to not only Rudy, a formidable fighter in his own right, but also to Ruijerd and to Eris, we wordlessly get told that this man is terrifying. Once we see him for the first time after the cold opening, we as an audience now are anxious of him, just like Eris and Ruijerd, though obviously not to the same degree, because we know that this will lead to Rudy's team being knocked out and battered. And the framing of the second comment from Goncalo 1021 PT is also of value here. I took a while to understand what they were doing with the scene when it first aired, but after checking a lot of people's reactions, I understand that all of them were just terrified from the very beginning. That, I think, was a genius move by the studio. It made all of the audience afraid of Orsted from the very beginning. And that is exactly how everyone feels about Orsted in the entire world. And so we get sucked in, and via, well, I don't have a word for it, but it's via the framing and the thing. In video gaming, I would call it ludonarrative, right? It's the story that gets told by the way that you play the game. In this case, it's the meta-narrative. It's the story that gets told by the way that the story is portrayed to you. The fact that you see that this is going to go badly makes you immediately afraid of the person, even though you wouldn't otherwise be. And it's far more effective at making you afraid than just doing like a musical swell and a dun 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 dun, and all the horror stuff that people have been doing for 100 years in filmmaking. This is a billion times more effective because it introduces information to you about how scary this is going to be before it actually gets that scary. And so you're already waiting for it to happen. It's really brilliant, really incredibly brilliant. It puts us into the exact same state as people who would be afraid of Orsted without knowing why. And we find ourselves afraid of Orsted, and we know why. Excellent. Kasai Kohai writes about the training scene. One of my favorite things about this training scene between Ruijerd and Eris is that Eris feels a lot more free in her movements compared to their first training scene a few episodes ago. Eris feels a lot more accustomed to Ruijerd's fighting style, so much so that after fending off his attacks, she smiles and attacks, as she is now a lot more confident in her own strength, and that confidence is rectified when Ruijerd tells her that she can call herself a warrior now. It also, to jump off, it feels to me like Eris has come into her own style of fighting that is in many ways framed around her changing directions impossibly in the air and using her mobility and quickness and agility to be there and then be there and then be there. She's constantly up in the air, swinging around, spinning, doing all these weird acrobatics that are mechanically and physically impossible, but we don't mind because they're cool as shit, and that wins in a universe like this one. I really like the scene too, and it is absolutely distinct from the other fighting and training scenes that we've had from Eris and Ruijerd. And it also sets up, as I think I mentioned during the episode's discussion itself, it sets up how different that training type of fighting is from real, serious, deadly fighting, which is what we get into with Orsted. Because once Orsted enters the picture, nobody's playing around, nobody's holding their blows back. They are going for the kill immediately and trying to survive, and it's much more serious. A small detail in the novels pertaining to Eris having to dry herself under her clothes is that earlier on she would just take off her clothes to dry herself after training. As you could probably predict, that caused Rudy to get horny, so Ruijerd put a stop to it. That makes sense. I'm interested. I mean, I can understand why they wouldn't include that in the anime, but that is the kind of interesting layer that maybe should have been included because it seems important to the characterization. Maybe not that important, though. One thing that may be difficult to catch, it doesn't get explained explicitly, so it's very difficult for me to catch it at least, is that Orsted attacks Rudy's gut because in a world where magic without incantation is exceptionally rare, taking the air out of a mage's lungs is the most effective way of taking a mage out. So what does Rudy do? He uses magic, using incantationless magic, to force air into his lungs, and immediately after tries to put some distance between himself and Orsted. Yeah, a number of people noted that Rudy used his magic in order to force air into his lungs, and that was what he was doing. Everything happened so fast that I totally missed it, so thank you. My favorite part of the whole episode is that we can see in full form how much Eris cares about Rudius. We saw a bit of her admiration for him in the OVA, but here we can tell that she truly cares and feels for him. We absolutely can. And Nickmer calls out the despair in her voice as she was shouting for someone to help, also the specific order of names that she called. Pissed Grunty says, a lot of reactors get very upset with Rudius here for starting to talk with Orsted at all. The common retort is, read the room, which is obviously Rudy's weakness all along, from the Sylphie bath scene to his over-eager advances toward Eris, to even falling for Pax's trap so easily when everything is screaming that it is a trap. He is not good at reading the room. He didn't stop to concern why his companions were so afraid, even though they probably didn't understand it themselves because it is a curse. I will also say he's simply unaffected by that curse, and he can't read the room. He sees cool dude with weird dragon tattoos on his eyes next to a cool lady who we'll talk about. And he's like, well, that guy seems interesting. Hey man, what's up? How's it going? You chilling on this mountain pass too? How we? Oh, we're fighting now. Okay. What the fuck? Yeah. And very first question, even with all the crazy stuff that happens, my favorite thing from this episode is Rudius feeling sorry for Orsted, the strongest being on the planet. Or maybe the second strongest, but strongest if there were really a fight, right? Empathizing with the man that is probably not even a human and is impossible to understand. It really is Rudius' strongest aspect. This is the reason Rudius had to be who he is, a pervert loser of a human being. Otherwise, this aspect of the story wouldn't work. It wouldn't feel so real and genuine. Instead of a hero feeling sorry for his enemies choosing evil, not understanding why they chose that path, Rudius truly knows that feeling deep down. He's not just blithely sympathetic. He's actually and genuinely empathetic. And there's a huge difference. He's been down in that darkness. His own kind of his own variety, but because of his own access to that place, because of his knowledge of that place, he can really bring himself down to the level of the people that he's fighting and understand them. And that makes it harder to fight them in some ways, but easier to understand them. And that's pretty fantastic. Fun facts from the LN that were heavily implied, but no spoilers. That fire thing is his last-ditch effort. He thinks of the strongest thing he knows of before he dies, so a nuke. So if he managed to hit Orsted, he probably would have killed Eris and Ruijerd too. And Orsted sort of preempts that by putting up the weird gate thing, and even that gets mostly shattered by the purple power bomb that Rudy brings to bear, which is fucking crazy, baby. I mean, fucking crazy, baby. I just slipped into Elvis. What the fuck was that? Okay. They literally said so in the episode, but I would like to reiterate it. Rudius did die and was resurrected by Orsted. Yeah, he didn't just get to the edge, apparently. He died. Not just like give him a little resuscitation jolt either, like dead. Oh, just to give another idea of how absurdly strong he is. And finally, Rudius could not look at Orsted with his magic eye because Orsted has endless options, infinite techniques. Remember how he was barely able to see Ruijerd's future and then multiply that by the strongest being in the world. Blessed child and cursed child? Nickmer. In the novels, the term Sanpaku is used for Orsted's eyes. It means 3 whites. There's a superstition in Japan that if 3 sections of the white surrounding the iris are visible, then you will suffer a tragic fate or the world is out to get you. Something weird like that. Interesting. I'd love to know more about that, but I'm not overly driven to find out about it, but I am very intrigued. Black Gato Acer. One thing that I really like, but find not a lot of people realizing, read comments before commenting, lol, is that Rudy's behavior toward Orsted is pretty much a mental growth from and mirrors his first encounter with Ruijerd, and then towards learning about his sad past while also being his companion for years. Let's see what they have in common. 1, an insanely bad reputation in terms of intensity. Rui from Zenitsu, Roxy, and pretty much everyone else fits the quantity aspect too, Orsted from Manga. And also the friends who are freaking the fuck out. Just looking at them induces heavy, even lethal fears on others. Rui from his infamy, which Rudy with modern knowledge had less effect upon. But remember, of course, that we saw Eris freak the fuck out when she first saw Ruijerd, so yeah. And Orsted from the curse, which Rudy isn't affected by. And on their first encounter with... Oh, there it is, yeah. Encounter with Ruijerd, Eris, a violent shonen manga protagonist, screamed bloody murder, tried to run, called for help, and finally broke down crying before Ruijerd. Loved that scene, by the way. In Orsted's case, Eris, a much stronger individual, and Ruijerd, a 500-year-old warrior who has proved to us, the viewers and the story characters, that he's pretty much invincible, froze up in terror and ordered Rudy to not move a muscle. Rudy, a person who learns from his mistakes, only sees Orsted as a normal person with slightly scary eyes, the Sanpaku, walking past him with a mysterious girl with weird hair color in his life. Again, we gotta mention this. So, This has essentially been spoiled for me, and so I have to be honest about that. I can't not be honest about it. It's essentially been spoiled for me. I don't know if it's been totally spoiled for me. I don't know if it's true, but fuck, I literally just forgot her name. Shit. Fuck. Nanahoshi. There we go. First off, that's a Japanese name. Second off, she has black hair and nobody else in the show has black hair. This totally slipped my mind, and I have a theory about why. I think it's because, one, I'm listening to the show in Japanese anyway, and so the fact that there's a Japanese name just doesn't stand out to me. It just doesn't stand out, right? I watch a lot of anime. There are a lot of names. I write down the names as they go. I don't give a shit where the names come from. But yeah, all the names are either weird or like Greco-Roman or are based like Judeo-Christian lineage names in this world, and then there's Nanahoshi. Okay, that's weird. Also, all the characters have colored hair. All of them. I didn't even notice. There's so much variance in colored hair that I just didn't even notice that it's distinct and interesting that there's a character with black hair. Okay. So who the fuck is Nanahoshi and where did she come from? Presumably, probably, and she's not affected by Orsted's curse. That's the last one. The ding, 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 she's like Rudy. Or something. Maybe different like Rudy. Maybe she was like literally teleported from our world into that world or some other world into that world and not like dead and reborn in it or whatever. But she's weird and she's probably like Earth human. Earthahoshi. I don't fucking know. We're not going to find out for a while. They've moved on and we're stuck here in the mountains and we'll find out when we find out. But people were right to call me out for totally missing that because I mostly totally missed that. Nanahoshi seemed interesting, but that didn't mean anything to me and I didn't notice it. So there you go. Weird hair color in his life. His reaction toward Rudy and Ruijerd and Eris's behavior isn't monkey see, monkey do. He looks fine to me. What if we know initially from one's rumors and appearances, we know that rumors and appearances... Okay. What if what we know initially from one's rumors/appearance isn't accurate? What if I can make that guy my new friend or ally? Those were his thoughts as he greeted Orsted. Even then, the conversation went fine, albeit weird, as Orsted seems to know everything. The slip at the end, even though many people find it stupid, is completely normal. You are seeing this weird, annoying entity that bothered you to no end about its antics, motive, and origin. Now, finally, you found a person that seems to know about this entity and brings him up to you, right? You didn't have to bring him up to them. A topic that not only feeds your desired information, but also something that increases that chance of befriending someone. You have common interests. Heck, even the moment when he and Eris fight back, gets reprimanded by people. A person literally crushed your lungs and left you to die. Do you really want to... Oh, okay. People even talk badly about the moment when he fights back, as though he should just sit down and die. Do you really want to bleed out at death's door, or do you want to end it with a bang? Power dynamics and shit don't matter when you're dying. Great reaction as always. Thank you. I wouldn't say as always. Sometimes I fuck up. It happens. You did this episode justice more than anyone. I appreciate that. Even people with a background in psychology had no idea what was behind Rudy's true intentions and were constantly just reprimanding him for not just giving up and dying. Looking forward to watching the rest of the series with you and many more. Awesome. Awesome and glad. Do note that what we have as watchers of anime is a very limited set of information. We have just the thing that's going on, and we're required to sit here or stand here or whatever and talk during the time that we have and give our first impressions of the thing. And those first impressions are not always the best formed impressions. So I would say have some forgiveness for people who form an impression and then go with that impression immediately. They're just trying to do their best. And that's okay too, and it adds to the greater picture of what everybody thinks about this piece of media that we're all enjoying. Yeah? Yeah. Okay. Nene-san says, I don't know if you noticed it, I did not, but Rudius specifically said mana cataclysm. That was only because Hitogami told him about it. There was no way someone normal would know the nature of that disaster, and that indicates to us why maybe Orsted immediately was like, do you know Hitogami? Because how else would you have known that? That clicks something into place for me, maybe. Very cool. EC. What I love about Rudy seeing his own death twice in the encounter with Orsted is that even if his eye sees things deterministically like you said, it's Ruijerd and Eris that change his fate. The actions Rudius took echo outward, and that good echoes back in the form of companions that put life and limb on the line to save his. Later, when Orsted seems to be impressed with Rudy's incantationless casting and mana, it struck me that this was an acknowledgement of the work he's been putting in since he was a toddler. Rudius hasn't had a teacher of magic since Roxy, and though he respects her, he never received an affirmation like Eris got from Ruijerd this episode. The praise of the dragon god is like a twisted version of that praise, an acknowledgement of how far Rudius has come through his efforts. This is a new mountain for Rudy to aim at, a new concrete measurement for the kid who sends his apprenticeship with Roxy without any perspective of where on the totem pole he is at. One has to know the hierarchy to climb it, and this world has just proven itself to be even more of a threat to those Rudy loves than he or the audience would have counted on. Excellently put together, EC. What blows me away yet further is that in his dying moments, in the white space, the things that Rudy values are the connections he made and now loses, the things he helped others overcome and work toward. All that work he did for years and years and years was not his goal, but a foundation for the relationships and for the change that we so clearly see in him. Rudius has found a small bit of peace and self-love and was able to admit it aloud. As for the magical entities that can't see each other, that narrative line happens a lot in Sanderson's works. You're right, and I realized this as soon as I said it. Basically, when I closed the recording, it's Branderson. That's what I was thinking about. Magical entities with great power who can't really understand each other's motivations and are working in mysterious ways in the world. Yes, exactly. The shards seem to have trouble seeing into each other's plans, and a good thing too in many ways. You don't really want to see Odium's plans. Yikes. Although actually, no, maybe you do. Anyway, which all encompass an infinity of possibilities, e.g. ruins, blind spots. On a smaller scale, the future sight granted by Atium is a lot like Rudy's eye. God, that's so right, isn't it? Or the multi-persona sight granted by spoilers, is a lot like Rudy's eye. The way to counter predicting possibilities is to yourself generate many possibilities. Very cool stuff. Yeah, really good connection there. I mean, frankly, it's so insane to me that you turn your attention to something like Mistborn or one of the Branderson trilogies or other series or individual novellas or any of the things that he's fucking written, and you find really intricate depictions of very similar narrative structures or ideation structures as structures found in anime from across the world of people who have almost guaranteed never read Brandon Sanderson. That's fucking fascinating to me. That's like super cool. It's almost like there are real shards out there and everybody's trying to depict what they are and what they mean. It's almost like, humans tried for thousands of years to depict emotions and represent things as gods or things outside of ourselves. This idea that there are these commonalities between people that have their own desires and goals and are almost alive themselves. Maybe are alive themselves. We wouldn't be able to know. Maybe we're just outlets for grander ideas. Just shadows on the wall in Plato's cave. I don't know. You can get really interested in the existential stuff around that and all the real metaphysics around what it is that makes you feel the way that you feel and whether your consciousness is actually individualized or whether you're more part of some cosmic collective whole and all that jazz. But I just find it fascinating and I'm enjoying the ride. And that's about as good as I've got so far. Disatek. I am really interested in Nanahoshi. She's next to Orsted, and she's not afraid of him. Maybe she's overcoming her fear, or maybe she also got isekai'd by a truck like Rudius. In the past, it was said that Hitogami can't reincarnate people and someone else does it. Maybe Nanahoshi assumed that Rudius isn't afraid and talks normally to Orsted because he's reborn like her, and that's why he healed him? I'm very interested in how this will work out in the future. For some reason, I think Orsted will be an ally. For some reason, I think you've got a point. I don't know if he'll be an ally. He might be a begrudging ally. I don't know. Don't know at all. And then Aohige, one thing that always bothered me is how no reactors wondered, wait, what the fuck is an obviously Japanese name doing this in this world? I'll bet that if I were watching the show in an English dub, I would notice it. And the fact that I'm watching it in Japanese made me not notice it. I'm so used to hearing Japanese names, man. I'm so used to it. That's the only theory that I have there, because as soon as it's been pointed out to me, it's like, oh wow, that's obvious. Yeah, we've got Paul and Eris, and then Nanahoshi. It's like, well, that's different. And she has black hair. That's different. But I really think it's the fact that we're watching it in Japanese and so used to watching it in Japanese. And I'll leave the comment spotlight there. I need to make tea. I just realized that I'm not caffeinated at all. I need to make tea. Be right back. Okay. Oh, you've started. Oh, hold on. You can't see these. Hold on. But, pow. This is, it's a jar full of sprouts. I soaked them last night. Overnight. And they've just started growing tails. They're so cute. They're growing. The babies are growing. I'm gonna wait for that to heat up. I'll be right back. I have to rinse them every day so that they get fresh water. Sprouts. All right. Okay, sprouts are set. Got a moment while that continues going. I can't wait for those sprouts to be done. Sprouts are delicious. As everybody knows, babies are the tastiest thing, and the same is true for baby plants. I'm only partly joking. I mean, really, like, sprouts are so good, and they're so incredibly nutrient dense. So I'm gonna be growing some, and we'll see how it goes. This one's fun. Thank you, Marco. Time for... Oh, no. Damn it, I didn't pull it up. Time for some D&D, gang. Oh no, the party has encountered a CR30 threat. The 9th level fighter, Eris, and the 20th level fighter, Ruijerd, why they're in a party together, we don't know, fail their fear wisdom check immediately, so it's up to the 11th level sorcerer who's using some very broken homebrew to solve this with diplomacy. Yeah, he's got subtle spell out the ass on seemingly infinite sorcery points. He might be a Sorlock, actually. It might be a Sorlock. It might just be coffee locking it all around. To solve this with diplomacy, couple of good checks, so things are going all right until, oh, not one. I guess we roll for initiative. Surprise round. Ruijerd holds Orsted for a round, still gets knocked out the same round. Regular non-surprise round starts, and Eris got a good initiative, so time to charge in, and she's gone. Rudy doesn't even get to act and is immediately throwing death saves after one attack from Orsted. Eris suddenly remembers she took Arcane Knight for a subclass and tries to cast her cantrip Firebolt, and it's a nat 1. Okay. And yes, we get more into it. Subtle spell and power. Very fun, very enjoyable. Me likey the deification of the insanity of this circumstance. It does feel like the gods in this world rolled dice, and well, that's real, and that feels correct to me about our real world as well. So very, very good and very cool. Normally, y'all don't get to see me pour tea in the actual, like, videos because I do it on the Daily Brew, which, by the way, is a stream that I do daily at supposedly 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. I will try to be more consistent about the specific timing of that, but I'm not. The Brew has been on Twitch for the last little bit. Before that, it was videos on the YouTube channel, and that got weird. Now it is YouTube Live on the main channel. So if you haven't been getting notifications for the Daily Brew going live every day, it does, you need to go to your notifications box thing for the subscribing to this channel and click it, and you can click the bell, and it'll say like personalized. One of them is like personalized or like algorithmic notifications or whatever, and the other one is all notifications. And if you want the notifications for the live streams, you got to push the all notifications, or it literally will not notify you ever, as far as I can tell. So if you want to pop in while I stream every day, yesterday we played like 4 hours or something of Disco Elysium, and it was amazing. The day before that, we talked for a number of hours about a whole bunch of stuff, and it was amazing. I'll be streaming literally every morning to however many people decide to show up. So if more of you want to show up, that would be fucking great. That would be lovely. And that is where I will normally brew my tea and drink the tea and get the day on the way. I will also mention, as we head toward the end of Mushoku Tensei, that I'm going to be changing a number of things about how the channel works moving forward, and I'm not sure exactly what those are, so I won't say them now. But one thing that will definitely be changing that's not a real big change is we're going to need a replacement show for the Mushoku Tensei slot on Wednesday, and you're going to get to vote in what it is, what it becomes, if you give me $1. So if you want to get a little heads up on that and be ready when the poll drops. The poll will drop when we finish Mushoku Tensei, and for $1, you will get voting rights to that poll. You can also join via the YouTube membership, and I will ensure that you get access to the poll rights as well. However, I would like to point something out, which is that I make 95% of every dollar, 95 cents of every dollar that I get via Patreon, and I make 70% of every dollar that I get via YouTube. I'm going to keep the YouTube memberships thing being a thing because there are people who literally cannot use Patreon because of where they are in the world, but I would much prefer if you would use the Patreon. It helps me a lot more. But, if you want access to voting rights and also to the Discord, come and get it. Come and get it. It costs $1. And thank you if you already do support the channel. I appreciate it immensely. I will also be creating some Patreon exclusive content soon that will be for the $5 and up tier. So keep an eye out for that. I'll definitely make an announcement video about that when it goes up. There are already a few things. There's my friend and I reacting to Samurai Champloo episode 1, and there's me just having fun watching Trigun episode 1. Those are already Patreon exclusives that you can go and check out. But I plan to make some specifically exclusive content that I can't put up on YouTube because of the way that I want to record it. I want to watch shows that I've already seen and go through them and stop at various points and pause and be able to go back and be able to talk about things as they happen and use them as the springboard to basically teach a class on what I think those shows mean. And I'm not sure where to start with that, but maybe there will be a poll for where I should start with that. And I'll put a couple of very important shows to me on that poll and go with them when I go with them. But we'll see. That's just a heads up about what might be happening on the premium-y side of the channel. I want the main focus of the channel to still remain completely free anime watching and discussing and talking content with as many people as possible involved in it as I can possibly get. And we'll see how it goes from there. Okay. Tea is brewed. Let me pour it into my cup and then into my face. And then we will get rockin' and rolling on Mushoku Tensei episode 22. Okay, we're back. I've got the first sips of caffeine in me. And we're ready to go for Mushoku Tensei episode 22. Nothing to it but to do it, as the great Ronnie Coleman might say. Or he might also say, ain't nothing but a peanut, or ain't no thing but a chicken wing. All of which are empirically and provably true. Let's watch the show. Beep beep timer. This is a pool of blood. Those digital noises? Wine, then. Okay. What the fuck? How are we here? This place is destroyed. This is all a bunch of impossibilities. This is everybody he's ever met in this world sitting around in one place with the windows from his home child place. Silent Eris. What the fuck is going on? This is the representation from the ED. And Sylvie's a tiny child, and Eris is all grown up and stuff. Oh. Wait, is this route selection now? What the fuck is that? Yeah, the circus starts getting weird. The blood drips down the walls. Bruh. And they're all gone. Bruh. What? Now we're ticking through time. No, the worst nightmare is you being you again. Whoa, and they're all outside of you. What the fuck? Oh no. Oh yeah. Fun dreams. Fun. Wow. Then the camera work has been great so far, too. Ooh, we're in wibbly wobblies already, guys. That was fucking crazy. No! I mean, yeah, sure. No! I'm not okay. Can I be done? Can I be done now? Can I pause the episode and just be done? Yeah, about that. So there's this weird glowing guy who talks to me when I'm asleep. And also other times. Ah. Oh, from the what? 7 gods of ancient times. Uh-huh. He what? Ah. Oh, you've been trying to figure my shit out, and he's holding the, yep. Big pog moment. Interesting. Oh man, the voice actor nailed that. Oh man. Do you want to? I wouldn't want to. Make me crack an eye and look at Ruijerd. Thank you. Yep, let him have that, huh? Wow. Hmm. We made a weird portal thing that stopped a thing. Yeah, I learned that I'm weak. I learned that I'm weak. Wow, Rudy sure is amazing, huh? Yeah, yeah. What the fuck? We've seen those before, but still, it's a Lopunny. It's a flying Lopunny. Oh god, they're looting it. Guys, stop it. Whoa, whoa, a transition. What? The field ends. We're returned. We've returned. Wow. And that's the Stark. There's a Stark line, huh? Did I do this? Wow. Memories, memories. Yeah, a near-death experience might make you... And the Rudy walks by, yep. A near-death experience might make you reevaluate all those individual circumstances, huh? Wow. The tree, yeah. Where he stood. I was thinking about going and rewatching the first episode at the end. Let me know what you think of that. It was. So what's the resolution after this? You're not a babysitter, Ruijerd. Yeah, she realizes something else has happened. That's not true. But he can't see it, can he? Foresight isn't sight. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Options I didn't know I had. You showed the way. Stuck. The first step. But it was... No, it was you, dude. Oh, shit. So Ruijerd is leaving, huh? We'll see if that happens. Damn right. That's the response you want. Yeah, that's the response you want. You don't want sadness. Holy shit. Oh, the wholesomest of head pats. Respectful, consensual head pats. Oh, that's so lewd. Yeah. Fuck. Why you gotta do me like this, show? I'm in an emotionally vulnerable state, show. Did you know? Did Rifuji know? He planned all of this to fuck with me in particular? Nope. Yeah. That's a gift. You keep that. That's why I'd like you to keep it. Yeah, exactly. Because you're precious to me. Bada bing, bada bang, bada boom. Holy shit, and Ruijerd walks off into the wild blue yonder. Fuck, we're gonna find his body someday, man. This is bad. I don't... yeah, let's meet again, Ruijerd. I'm into it, but what the... Yeah. All the good and the bad and the harshness and the terror and the love, man, the love. Grim and determined with tears in her eyes. Damn. Did Ruijerd's actor die? Like, what? Why are we getting rid of the Ruijerd? And we're just gonna transition out of that. Okay. To society we go. What exists? What's left? What's here? Anything? The downtrodden. And so the prodigal son returns, huh? Fuck. I, Siddhartha Gautama, have gone out into the world and seen much hardship. And now I return to find what? Money changers in my temple, I'll bet. I'll bet. Who's exploiting that? Ah! 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 Holy shit! No, shut the fuck up. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there isn't awful bad juju, it's just hardship. I'm into it. No, Rudy stays. Yeah. We are one. I say so, buddy. They're gonna talk about Soros, huh? I'll bet. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. How hard is it? How bad is it? Uh-huh. Everybody. Have passed away. You mean we're murdered, right? Yeah, their heads rolled. Oh, we have a direct report. Okay. Is Eris head of her family now? Soros was decapitated. Right. Because of a power play. Yeah, and Eris, this is her realm, dude. This is her realm. And it's not great. It's pretty corrupt, huh? What else? What option do we have? Okay, not money changers, scum of a different kind. Hey, Rudy, you've gotten really good at fighting. How about talking? I love the framing here. Yeah, she's not a weakling or a child anymore. She needs neither to be protected nor to be told what to do. She'll decide to do it, though. She'll sacrifice herself. Yeah, Rudy's not used to this. The burden of blood alone. Fuck. God, this episode is brutal. Oh my god, he's got a hole in his back where he just got stabbed through the chest by an arm. Money. Crossing out hopes. She's somewhere. I wonder where she is. I wonder if she's that elf girl that we saw somewhere else. Elfin girl that we saw. She was in with the rest of the family, right? During the execution scene? I wonder. Oh, what are you wearing, Eris? Whoa, are you here to fulfill an age-old promise, girl? Whoa, 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 whoa. He's gonna turn her down. We'll see. Oh. Oh, wow, we put a pillar in between, huh? Who designed this bedroom? Who designed this shit? It's a tent. No family. Promises. Yeah. Fuck. Oh. Not like that, dude. And they were sleeping together already, right? At the opening scene. It's years in the making, bud. She's shattered, dude. She's shattered, dude. Temptation now. Yes, it would. Yes, it would. She's fully consenting and willing, and it would be wrong. Just like the first time when she got into your bed. Now she'll go with like a don't you see me as a woman sort of thing. Oh. We come back to spilled wine on the floor, huh? Yep. And back to distractions and distractions. And she's beautiful. Hmm. Oh, this! I see. Yep, that is... Certainly do. Very much so. All the time. Hmm. That's weak sauce, buddy. That's pretty fucking embarrassing. So it's a yes then. I mean, how do you turn that down? Yeah. He does love her, and she does love him. Still. Something about it revolts me, or something in me rebels against it. I don't know. Well, that's a symbol. The cup that withholds and restrains falls away and is enveloped by redness. Yeah. Fuck it. Fucking guy. My guy. I'm a normie. I've got it made. And where is she, by the way? Dude, she's off to go. She gave that to you so that she can go and be somebody else's concubine, dude. Oh my god, she cut her hair. Oh shit. She did run away. Huh? Boom! Bogo! Fuck! Just drop an anvil in my lap, huh? Gone and gone. Gone and gone. Oh, you got any truth-telling magic? You gonna try to extort that out? No, she doesn't want to be found, dude. Wow. Ghislaine wanted her to run away, and she was right. Wow. But Eris wanted her first time to be with him. Yeah, totally gonna rock his world. No, not gonna get it, man. Sort of. Kind of, but don't frame it that way, man. You're missing the point of it. She was about to have all of herself taken away from her, and so she decided to give herself to someone she cares about and then leave so she couldn't be taken. Spectacular choice in terms of the writing. This whole episode has been incredible. Yeah. It's been a long time since you've felt anything like that, huh, man? And there's your episode title. And there's a damn good next episode title. Wake up and take a step. You know, people said I should consider watching the last two episodes together. We'll see how this discussion goes, but I'm leaning toward doing so. Not for anything but my own desire. Holy shit, top to bottom, front to back, that was a roller coaster. I mean, last episode was a roller coaster too, but in a completely different way. We started with abject fear and death, right, in the last episode, and this time we struggle with confusion and connection. Walls, boundaries, windows, separation, self, and loss, and love. And this episode is about breaking bonds that we've spent, I almost used the word decades, right? Because 10 episodes feels like a fucking decade. But in the world of the show, it's like decades. We've spent decades building these bonds between these characters. Years. And we separate them. And we have two beautiful breaks. Two beautiful friendships, two beautiful connections severed. And the expression of that severance in the episode is absolutely beautiful itself. What more could I have possibly asked for? What more could I have possibly asked for? Except that the next episode's title is Wake Up and Take a Step. That's exactly what I would have asked for. Welcome to despair, man. All these things that were worth living for, gone. And you still have to move forward, right? Right. You're goddamn right. Shit, Refugene. How did Refugene reach enlightenment here? Really? Really, truly. I get that the whole story is him explaining the story of how he reached an understanding of the world. Which it is. And the understanding that Refugene has come to is that you experience a bunch of hardships, and then you extrapolate out grand narratives from them, and then attempt to express those and explain them to other people. I get that part of it. But what fucking Buddhist temple did Refugene sit in for 20 decades, for 3 billion years, in order to reach this level of comprehension of the human soul? How did, seriously, Seriously, how do you become a storyteller like that? How do you do that? I don't know. There aren't that many. There aren't that many storytellers who are that good. That was really good. And then you've got this studio, you know, it's a butterfly effect. It's a ripple. People talk a lot in the comments on the previous episode about how Rudy's presence in the world is a ripple effect that seems to change the fundamental reality of the world. Literally, like, echo through the physics of the landscape. Because he breaks the rules in weird ways. But, like, Rifujin's art and willingness to speak what he has seen in the truths of the world about the people that he's been, clearly, and the people that he's met and seen and talked to and conversed with, and the interactions and real relationships that obviously Rifujin has had, because there's no way to imagine them if you haven't experienced them, as far as I know. The fact that Rifujin has gone and expressed that has organized the lives of an untold number of people, and it's still happening because it's working on me as we speak in this moment. It's changing my life. And that caused a bunch of people to say, yeah, you know what we should do? We should make an anime about this. And it caused like hundreds of people, talented people, with their own ideas and their own stories and their own grand narratives and their own loves and their own losses and their own talent, to organize Studio Bind and make this thing into an art piece that expresses the thing in a different way so that more people can see it, because it's that fucking important that people see it. And it all starts somewhere in the mind of one person who wrote a story and then drew some characters to represent that story. And somehow that worms its way into your brain wherever you are in the world. Because there are people watching my videos who are from America, and who are from Japan, and who are from Germany, and who are from Turkey, and who are from Africa, and who are from South America, and who are from literally everywhere. Everywhere that there are people watching my videos, and everywhere that there are people who care about this stupid show, the pedo anime, right? The one that people mock. And people really fucking care about it. And it really boggles my brain. Boggles my mind. Let's get into it. Let's get into it from the start. We start at the beginning. Blood red. Blood red, and we pull out from it and it's dripping blood, right? It's blood. Right? It's blood. You have no indication that it isn't until we pull out. And so the pool of blood on the floor gets echoed later, because in your mind it's a pool of blood, or a pool of wine, it doesn't matter. You don't have the inclination to know. To me, it's blood immediately. And blood is wine, and wine is blood, metaphorically. Metaphorically, right? It has been for thousands of years. That's been the case. The blood is the wine, and the wine is the blood, and we use them as representations of each other. And Rifujin fucking knows it. And Studio Bind fucking knows it. And it drips. And on a stark white background, like we've had in Hitogami space, in ethereal space, is Rudy. And we pull out to see what he sees. And we see everyone. A blank landscape filled with people. And they're people that he knows. And everything in this landscape is fine and normal, except that the patterns on the walls turn into the floor a bit and don't make sense much. Then we start to recognize that some of these people cannot be here in this way, and exactly in the way that dreams unfold themselves if you come to the realization or the revelation that you are dreaming. By the way, I've been dreaming. I quit cannabis a couple days ago, as sort of a, not as a New Year's resolution, because it doesn't matter when you resolve to do it, but I quit it specifically for the reason that I wanted to get in touch with my dreams, and I have been dreaming. They've been fascinating. I've also been waking up at cycles in those dreams, and then sometimes returning to them. They've been fascinating. Odd to bring that up. I forget that it's happening. I forget that it's been happening, but within like 3 days of quitting cannabis, quitting marijuana, I'm dreaming in fullness. Vividly. Fascinating. Oh, also, that might be contributing to my general emotional weirdness. I wasn't conscious of that, but that's probably true. You know, I've had cannabis in my system consistently for months and months and months and months without taking a break, and probably that causes some upset in the structures of my mind to take a break from it. Oh, maybe I should be a little bit nicer to myself. Okay. Regardless, exactly in the way that things unfold in a dream, things just start being a little bit off, and then those start spiraling out a little bit. And as soon as you notice that something's a little weird, you notice more things that are weird. And once you've noticed that more things are weird, you can't be in the dream state anymore. You can't pretend anymore. And that's kind of what happens over the course of this episode, is that our characters are in this dreamlike state where we're all journeying together and being everything's okay, and things start happening in reality that say that it cannot continue this way. And this pleasant dream that we've been living in cannot continue. That's exactly what we express here, I think. Suddenly, these characters are there, and it's Paul at a dinner table with the 2 children still children, and his two women, one wife, one not, holding their daughters. And that's not right. And Ghislaine and Ruijerd have never met, and that's not right. And those windows aren't in this place. And Eris speaks, and Rudy's already feeling like things aren't the way that they should be. And we get this great maw. The drip, drip. The 3 girls, ding, 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 in the order that they were cared about, sort of. I'm not sure why this order. Ding, ding, ding. And in a hierarchy of sorts, right? And in a harem choice of some sort, right? Because that's how we could frame those. A route selection, if you will. And focused on them, he turns to look at the window. And outside of this window that's suddenly grand and huge and imposing, a big set of double doors now. Like doors to a church, or the doors to the city that we went to, where the of Shirone Kingdom. Those big doors, right? A threshold. And we have a grand dragon, Orsted's eyes looking in. And suddenly things are off kilter. And that's exactly right, because it's the reflection. It's the ripple created by meeting Orsted that leads us in this direction. It galvanizes each of our characters in different directions. Rudy is practicing his magic again, really and seriously, right? There's a reason to. It's really important. Eris makes her own choices. Ruijerd makes her own choices. There's a pressure that happens when they realize how mortal they are. And Orsted provides that to the story. He becomes a wall. He becomes the scary thing looming outside of this pleasant space that we're in. Because we're inside this celebratory pleasant space, right? All of the characters that we know and love are inside this house that is like society or something. And then something on the outside looms. And it's both Orsted and it's Hitogami, because it's that white liminal space outside, right? It's the grander powers of the world. And suddenly things go wibbly wobbly, and Rudy is afraid. And then, like teeth closing in, you're already in the maw of the beast, but it's both teeth closing into me, sharp teeth coming down, and blood dripping. The walls are covered and the light is taken. And the fact of the rectangular patterns and the zigzag patterns makes everything kind of eschery, kind of warpy, kind of weird, right? Consumed by red, shattering, turning. And that's the moment that you would want to wake up. But that's not the moment that he wakes up. Instead, he turns to find the scariest thing of all, which is that it's cold outside and the fire inside isn't burning, and the food is untouched and there's nobody around. A loss of connection, a loss of everyone, a splitting. And Rudy is left alone here at the beginning of the episode in his dreams. And that's where he'll be at the end of the episode in reality. And from that aloneness, time runs backward. What has been spilled on the floor is unspilled, and everything resets. And that's the most terrifying thing of all. What if all the progress that I've made, what if all of this was itself something like a grand dream? What if I was just me the whole time? What if I was just the shithead living in his room, and I didn't make any of these changes, and I didn't get the second opportunity, and I'm just stuck? Tick, tick, tick. Time continues ticking. Whenever this element of ticking movement gets brought up, I can't help but bring up the scene in The Endless Age of Haruhi Suzumiya, which is one of my favorite visual representations of things moving without your, will. The clock goes on without you, and it's a terrifying idea because you can go nowhere, and the clock will keep ticking. That's brutal. And that's where we end up here. Stuck, stuck, stuck. We see real fear in Earththeus as he realizes where he is and who he is, and he runs out to the window, and outside of his space, in the place where he can't reach, are all the people he cares about, distanced from him and getting more distant from him in every moment. Further and further away. And he, wait! And he's killed for it. His heart is ripped out of his chest, literally and figuratively, right? Right. Because he's willing, when you connect to people, you gain vulnerability. Because being connected to people makes you vulnerable, and they can rip your heart out of your chest. Orsted killing Rudius was one thing, but what did Rudius say mattered to him in his last moments, or in his moments in Hitogami Land? Those connections, right? And so it was those connections being lost that mattered to him. Not his own existence, really. Because what is existence without love? It's not much. We don't know. Maybe Earththeus could hang out in his shitty body in Hitogami Land forever and shoot the shit with somebody that he hates. That sounds like a pleasant existence. No. It wouldn't be worth it. He had lost everything that he wanted, even if himself continued on. And so rip the hole out of him. We open that hole up and dive right into that darkness. What's left? What's left? Only the monster. And people have said before, Rudy's ability to empathize with that monster is what gets him in so much trouble. What about Rudy's ability to become a monster like him? Rudy's got a mana pool like nobody's ever seen. Rudy's got his own terrifyingness. What would happen if you put a curse on him and put him in a mountain for a while and let him stew on how much he hates everybody else? Well, he could become 1,000,000 times worse than Orsted, maybe. So inside the depths of Rudy's heart, once you've ripped out his heart, which is his connection and his love for other people, what's left is the violent monster, the representation of the thing that killed him. And it judges him. And so we go deeper into a deeper, deeper darkness inside the eye and find wakingness, reality. And it's not the eye of foresight that we come out of, is it? No, and that's important, isn't it? Not the eye he was given by Kishirika, but the eye that is his. His truth. Pant, pant. And we do the spin again in order to reset things, right? We were ticking things clockwise, and we untick things counterclockwise as he gets pulled out of the dream and goes, oh, whoa, that was weird. That felt weird, man. Yeah, that felt weird to me too. And that means that the creators of the show did a damn good job with it. That's what that means to me. Fucking spectacular, man. And so he writes himself to reality, wakes, and finds, of course, that Ruijerd is there. And Ruijerd still cares and asks him how he's doing. And then asks him the poignant question, what is the man god? Uh-oh. And at that moment, just because I had to wait for it to happen in order to do this, there's this long pause here. 5 seconds. 5 seconds. 10 seconds of time in an anime. In a 23-minute episode, right? We dedicate all of that time to just sitting, staring at the fire, before Ruijerd breaks the silence again and asks the question. And that, throughout the episode, is something to be aware of, because I can't effectively show it to you again because of the way I have to go back through it. The timing throughout the episode is stellar. The slow patience in waiting to present each element when it needs to be presented in order to have a particular emotional impact is stellar all the way through. And I really, really appreciate it. So the question is asked. We don't get the answer exactly. And so we turn after he's already given the answer. We sort of explain what we could have explained off screen. Hitogami and Ryujin. And Ruijerd fills in some bits that we didn't know from the 7 gods of ancient times. And I don't know specifically whether we're talking about gods or top of hierarchy gods. People brought this up multiple times in the comments on the last episode. Oh, Orsted is a dragon god, but that really what that means is he's not a god like Hitogami. He's actually just the top of the pyramid of fighters. And I don't know if that's the case. I don't know if that's the case. He may very well be a god bound to this plane. Don't know. Hitogami might be too. Don't know. Not going to assume that I know, because I don't. It's not easy to believe. So he explains about the Spur's poor reputation being caused by a curse. And Ruijerd is genuinely surprised by this. Interesting. Laplace transferred his own curse to the spears, and Ruijerd may have suspected some of this. I don't entirely remember. But we go through all of these expressions of revelations, and they're really good from Ruijerd. And eventually, it sounds like you've been wasting your time on my behalf. Sounds like you've been sacrificing yourself for me. Didn't I tell you not to do that? Of course, Rudy's holding the statuette, which is like, of course he has. He said he would. He promised you he would. Of course he has. The curse has almost vanished. Been fading since you shaved your head. Is that true? And Eris almost wakes. I really like this moment because this is a moment where we express explicitly that Ruijerd and Rudy see eye to eye in a way that Eris and Rudy do not, right? We've got separate bonds with them that are truly separate. This is men's talk time. And Ruijerd is like genuinely afraid that Eris will see or hear this conversation. And we return to it. He said that you can clear your name through hard work. So that's how it is. And it's unclear exactly what he means here because Ruijerd has information that we might not have. But the impression that I get is that this is a recognition of his own failure to attempt. As he says later in our actual parting with the character, I haven't taken a single step forward in all the hundreds of years since the war. And so, you can clear your name through hard work. You can rephrase as, if you had been working hard, your name already would have been cleared. And that's a damn hard thing to hear, is that actually you're responsible. It's not someone else putting this on you. And even if it is, you're responsible for allowing it to stay that way. You've wallowed in self-pity for too long. You have to move forward. And it is that which, as far as I can tell, galvanizes his decision to leave. I think the decision is made tonight. The expression of it, of course, is tomorrow, but the decision seems to be made tonight. And he weeps. And he turns away because he doesn't want a child to see his tears. And he turns away because he doesn't want a man he respects to see his tears. Because Rudy's no longer a child in his eyes. And they speak man to man in many ways. And Rudy has the wherewithal and grace to turn away and leave a grown man to his emotions. If he doesn't want to share them, it isn't Rudy's place to pry. And sometimes that is correct. And it will be correct again later with Eris. Yes. I have to... the voice actor, because when you hear a line with it like this, it's so perfectly in character and so perfectly emotionally correct for the moment that I have to wonder how many takes it took to get it right. So I'm going to turn up the volume and we'll listen to it here.
そうだったのか。
His voice literally breaks. How did he make that happen? Method? Yeah, it must have been. It must have been. That wasn't a fake voice breaking. The voice actor has to be sitting there thinking about his dead grandma or something. Or maybe he's just so dedicated to representing this character that he cares about that he's able to put himself inside the emotions of the character effectively and actually embody it in his voice. I don't know, but that was real. That was real emotion that the voice actor felt. And acting is acting, yeah, it's a lie inherently, but that doesn't make it less real sometimes. Some actors are liars. Some actors are not liars. They're experiencers, and they hurt themselves in order to demonstrate the hurt that people can really feel. That actor is not a liar. And so again, another layer. We talked about how so many artists and talented people are influenced enough to make this thing be made. Well, there's another layer. A voice actor playing a character is influenced enough by the piece of media to, as far as I can determine, which can be tricked, but as far as I can determine, to really almost lose it on the microphone. Incredible. And it contributes to the verisimilitude of the show. Because I don't care whether the show is realistic. I don't care if Eris can do flips in midair and change her direction in midair. I care whether it feels real. And it feels like Eris can do flips in midair because it feels right for the show. And it feels like Ruijerd is actually crying because it feels right. And it's about as perfect as it could be. And so we open with a slower version of the main song. And Rudy attempting to cancel his own magic, to learn something, a skill that he didn't know he needed, and now he knows he needs it. Well, he just experienced a great pressure. The revelation of death. And now he's focused again. Because Rudy was focused, and then he hasn't been training so hard, has he? Or at least we haven't seen it, have we? And so he stalled. And now he realizes that he can die, and that more importantly, all the people around him are under threat too. The people he really cares about. And that's the dream sequence at the beginning, right? So he practices. I do not like the CG grass. I do not like it, Sam I Am. I do not like green wheatgrass stuff. I do not like it. But it is as it is, and yeah, whatever. What else are you going to do? It's hard to do fields of wheat. We march on to the threshold. And suddenly it's revealed exactly where we are. In the center where things started. And so we've come full circle. And suddenly we have a familiar landscape. Welcome back home. And in shock, Rudy looks at the spaces that he used to play. The whole sequence is exceptional. Using the frames from the previous episodes, right? Well lit. He walks through events from his past and sees the joy of the past, and it's of the past now. It's empty and destroyed now. The candlesticks that burned when he was arguing about whether his father's misdeeds should lead to one punishment or another. The table they sat at, the chairs they sat on, all of it turned to dust by something that he doesn't even understand but might have contributed to? Fascinating. And Eris finds him shocked there. And we go up to the tree where we were, where he sat, where he played with Sylphie. And we look out over the much greater destruction. And we speak in sad tones about what has been lost. And Ruijerd says exactly the right things. I wish I could have seen it. And having returned to the destroyed homeland, Ruijerd's next line, looking at peril, looking at destruction, his next line is, "You don't need a babysitter anymore." And the immediate response is, no, we can't lose that too. Now we're going to lose Ruijerd? And then Eris? And then everybody? It's exactly what Rudy has feared, but it's not in the way that he feared it being taken away. It's Ruijerd's own choice for his own reasons. And so Rudius, man to man, respects him. And it's galvanized by that idea that if you were to put in the hard work, your name could be cleared. And that's what Ruijerd is clearly setting off to do. And Rudius clearly recognizes it. And we get our feeling reflected to us by Eris. She's the representative of our emotional state here. And her eyes go wide as she realizes what he means by that. She turns to see how Rudy will respond to it. Oh. Something has happened that I missed, I see. And Rudy doesn't even respond. Doesn't even react, really, I should say. Because deep down he kind of knew. I'm in your debt. And what Rudy says in response, he really believes someone I was listening to recently called this the persistence of imposter syndrome. That the feeling that you're not good enough tends to remain despite endless proof that you are good enough. No matter how many times or in how many ways you prove to yourself or to the world that you are capable, that you are in the position that you should be in, that you are worthy of the respect that people seem to give you, the feeling like you're not tends to remain anyway, even when it's wrong, wrong, wrong. I didn't do anything. Not on the Demon Continent, not in Milis. We get the resonant adult voice of Ruijerd saying, "That's wrong. That's incorrect. You live a falsehood, and you believe a falsehood about yourself. And that can hurt more than any comforting words." And the way he expresses it is, "You taught me that I have so many more options than I'd realized. You showed me a different way of being over and over." And he kneels before him to bring his eyeline in play and holds up the statue, the proof, the physical manifestation of it, right? I remember it all. The adventurers who laughed without a hint of fear. How close I felt to the Doldia who accepted me despite knowing what I was. And the Shirone soldiers who tearfully thanked me for saving their families. I remember it all. And Rudy responds, as you would expect, "But you did all of that yourself. But I wouldn't have done it without you." No. I couldn't do anything alone, and the proof of it is in 400, 500 years, 4 centuries since the war. I was stuck. I didn't move anywhere. I didn't move at all. You gave me that first step. It was you. You gave me that first step. This is the flip side of a phrase that I find really important from a different show. Why is that fucking thing what is going on? I have replacement cables for all of my audio cables coming. The line from the other show is from Monogatari. I don't remember the exactness of it, but it's essentially, you can't save people. People have to save themselves. Reflected here as, "But I didn't do any of that. You did that, Ruijerd." No, you can't save people. But people very often put walls around themselves, and you can open the door. You can let light in. You can show them where the first step is. Show them that there are other ways of being, other possibilities. And that is something to endeavor toward, even if you can't save people. You can show them the way. And I've imagined this in my mind, and I've expressed it in the Cyberpunk Edgerunners reactions and discussions. I've imagined this as climbing back down into the pit. If there's a pit that is despair, that's like the darkness that's the hole of Rudy's chest, that's like the room that he's trapped in and can't get outside of, there's a pit. It's like the trap that he fell into in Shirone Kingdom. It's a pit. You can't pull people out of that pit. Can't do it. They'll hold on, and they'll drag their damn fingernails across, and they won't let you pull them out. I've tried. It doesn't work. Sadly. You can't pull people kicking and screaming. But what I can do is I can climb back down into the pit, and get as dark as it gets and try to show you that I understand what being there is like, and then show you that I have climbed out before and that I can do it again, and here's the way. And the way, as far as I can tell, because it's worked for me, and it seems to have worked very well for some other very interesting, very talented people, Rifujin among them, is to try to express yourself and see if you can find a way to make money off of doing that. Because people really care about what other people think this whole experience and life thing means. So if you could find a way to express your unique perspective, because you have a unique perspective and it has value, which is to say, an echo of my fundamental belief that being is good. If you can express that and endeavor to get better at expressing that to as many people as you can in the best ways that you can find, for me, that's this. For me, that's discussing media, because I seem to be okay at it. If you can express that, then you can find something that might make being feel good. And you might actually be able to help other people. And that's worth it. Somehow. By doing things for others, you prove to others that they could be doing things for others. I don't know what the fuck I just said. I know what I meant by it, though. This is the shitty, hard part of articulation, is that I know exactly what I mean. And I can't just copy-paste it from my brain into yours. If I could save people, but I can't. And so all I can do is show the way. And the way is to try to articulate yourself, to express your own experience. And to treat others with real love. And to do things for them. Not for you, not for anything else, but for them. And when you do those things, somehow it works for you. For me, it means tearing myself apart over and over. And over and over and over. And climbing back down into the darkest place that I hate to be. Over and over and over. In order to show the people who are still stuck at the bottom of the fucking pit that they could climb too. Because you could climb too. The only thing stopping you is you. I have to send a message. And I check my phone and... Hey, people, go follow Psyculturists. Please. I check my phone and I find a message from him saying that he heard in passing that some things had gone down today. And he messages me, no need to, of course. I mean, he's a therapist, so some need to, I guess, to see how I'm doing. Because he's doing it too. In his own different way, with his own unique perspective. He's doing the same thing too. And you might find that you like his perspective better than mine, and great, good. Go follow him. Because he's out here trying to get people to climb. Trying to show them the way. And there are things that I have to learn from him. But that's exactly it. By acting it out, by reaching out a hand to somebody who might be in need, because that's the framing of what happened is, hey man, I heard some weird shit went down on your server today. Don't know what happened, but if you need to talk, I'm here. By doing that, he demonstrates a way of being that is that you could reach out to the people around you when you see that they're in trouble and try to uplift them if you could, or at least try to be there for them if you could. And he proves that it works by acting on it. And it works. That's what I want to do, man. That's the whole point of the whole thing. Anime as a medium has proven to me over and over and over that people can change and that art can make that happen for people. And if only the perspective that people had on anime was a little bit deeper than, oh, it's just time-wasting entertainment, then maybe they would take the stories within it seriously. And if you take the stories within anime seriously, well, it turns out that most of the stories that are in anime are stories of overcoming great hardship because they're written by people who have overcome great hardship. Most of the stories that are in anime are either original anime or they were written by individuals who became artistic creators against all odds in order to tell a story that they found compelling. And they found it compelling because it helped them, because it's a helpful framework for seeing the world. Or they just wanted to draw titties. I don't know. You know, fucking who knows. Again, I'm saying all of this while being an anime reactor on the YouTube, which many people scoff at, talking about the pedo show, right? Because that's what we're watching. That's the one. Yeah. It's just entertainment. It's just for your own sexual gratification or your own childish fantasies. It's none of those things, man. And it is those things to many people, but that's not the why, man. The why is because it actually is capable of giving you a why. The why is because there are pieces of anime out there that have an impact on me that is unlike anything else in the entire world. You know, I've had a few experiences of great awe where I'm truly awestruck by something. I had one of them in South America, in Chile. There's this region called the Lakes District. And in my middle school, when it was winter here in the Northern Hemisphere, I went down there and we went hiking. And we hiked up to this waterfall. It was the biggest waterfall that I've ever been at. I don't think I've ever been to Niagara Falls, but this was the biggest waterfall that I'd ever been at. It was spectacular. Huge waterfall. And I found myself struck by awe by it. I remember it so poignantly because my mom she was trying to take pictures of it and trying to take pictures of me with it. And I got really angry with her, like really upset. And that was an unfair thing to do. She was just trying to capture the moment. But the idea that I had was you can't capture that. And to even try seems like spitting in the face of God almost. Because you look at an element of nature that's that big, and there are thousands of gallons of water every second going spray, and you can feel the spray in the air before you can even see the waterfall. You can't capture that on a shitty digital camera. You cannot do it. Doesn't matter how good a photographer you are. And I was pissed as hell that she would even try. And again, that was wrong of me to be so, but I was really struck by awe in that moment. Awestruck. I've had a couple of experiences like that. And I've had dozens of experiences of the same or higher caliber of being awestruck by pieces of anime. Because somehow through this medium, you can express that awesomeness of nature, of the world, of humans, of love, of reality, of existence. Somehow you can. In a medium that's as different from reality as could possibly be. It's not photographs. It's drawings. It's cartoons. And yet it expresses it. And so in my gratitude toward what anime has done for me, I am compelled to try to share the experience. And so I guess I'm doing what I could not stand my mom for, which is producing some facsimile of the thing by talking about it, by exchanging it into a different medium and putting into something so inarticulate as words, putting into something so inarticulate as words, the inarticulables that we get closer to articulating through art. Anime gave me my first step. Four years ago, after holding my dog in my arms and her seizing and convulsing and dying in my hands, as I said, no, 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 and I only realized later that the last words she would ever hear when she left this planet were no from the person that she loved. I found myself broken, and I realized that I was wasting my life. Writing computer programs, writing software. I was writing software to connect people. I was writing WebRTC software, streaming software, media sharing software. But I was doing it for someone else, and I wasn't doing it in a way that aligned with my core identity or my goals. And I didn't even know what those were. And I found myself adrift. Totally adrift. And it was anime. It was the revelation that stories could matter that saved me. And it was a revelation that I got from somebody else. I got it from Jordan Peterson, and you can hate that if you want. I don't care. You can hate me for saying it, but the one idea that mattered there the most was this simple one. People will hear it and they'll go, well, why didn't you realize that? Of course it matters. It was a simple one. It was that stories aren't for entertainment. They're for teaching you ways of being. Oh. They're for meaning. Oh. They're articulating the inarticulable. Oh. And I've dedicated my life to expressing that as well as I can to people who wouldn't hear it otherwise because they're stuck in their room watching anime. And I think they're the people who most need to hear it. To hear that what you're doing isn't just wasting your time being entertained. And if you're compelled by this medium, it's because you're seeking something. And you can find it in the medium. And the thing that you'll find is that you need to go outside of the medium. And you need to go outside of yourself. And you need to open the door. And open the window. And look outside. And you can. And so having been shown the way by great artists, by the people responsible for Avatar: The Last Airbender, by Masaaki Yuasa and the representations of humanity and of the shadow and of evil and darkness that are present in Devilman Crybaby. And by Tengen fucking Toppa fucking Gurren fucking Lagann, which I need to go and tell you about. Share the good word of this, of pointing upward and aligning yourself with your own drive to become, to push forward, to strive. Having been taught by those people, I am compelled to leave the monastery of my own mind and share with you the things that I have found. And that's what we're doing. I can't save you, but maybe I can give you the first step by showing you how much media really matters. Maybe. And so when I wrote down, "It was you," and I underlined it 3 times, I knew in that moment that this is where that discussion was going to go. Because that, "it was you," is what I strive for. I strive to be that for other people. And that's arrogant of me, because I'm barely that for myself. I'm barely okay. Just barely. And that's okay. We stumble forward anyway. What else are we gonna do? Give up and die? Well, yeah, actually. It's a pretty common solution that people come to, is to just give up and die. Remove themselves from the picture because they don't see a step. So maybe if I can show you that you could climb out of the despair, maybe you might be able to believe in the me that believes in you. If you can't believe in yourself, believe in the me that believes in you. So Rudius, coming from a place of darkness, is able to empathize with the darkness in others and see them for what they are, which is human and broken, and show them, through his own actions and his own altruism and his own being, that there are ways of being that aren't the ones where you're stuck. And he barely believes it himself. But in representing that in a piece of media, Rifujin is doing it by representing it. Right? Because Rifujin has clearly been in touch with that darkness and climbed out of it and made value for people and helped thousands of people, untold numbers, reach one step beyond the darkness that they're wallowing in. And so he has then represented that as his main character in a fantasy story that is a real story, because it's realer than real. And it produces within you, within me at least, but I can tell that it produces that within so many of you because you comment on it and you're fucking desperate to share it at any point. Those of you whose lives have been altered by Mushoku Tensei are so desperate to share it that it bubbles out of you into the comment section because you, like me, are compelled to talk about it. Man, I found a thing that really affected me, and it affected me for the better. I have to tell everybody. Right. And so Rifujin has done that. And so I, in my striving to do anything in one fraction as well as that, have to look at it and express the self that is reflected in this. And reflect that that's what I want to do, is to give people the first step. And what's amazing, despite the persistence of imposter syndrome, and it's amazing and I must recognize it, what's amazing is that it's working for some of you. I got a number of chats from somebody when I was streaming yesterday, thanking me profusely for having saved their life when I was live streaming. Literally saying, I wouldn't be here if it weren't for you. What do you say to that? I don't know. It scares the shit out of me. It scares the shit out of me that I might have that much influence on somebody because I do not feel worthy of wielding that much influence. My actions should not determine whether somebody else lives or dies by their own hand. And yet they do. And so if I had not strived, or striven, I don't know, then they might be dead. So I better not fucking stop, huh? And so it's always the next step, Dalinar. Always the next one. Because I can only give you the first step if I keep taking steps. And I'm not out of the pit completely. I'm just a little bit higher up than you. Maybe. And maybe the pit goes on forever. There's a line from somebody who I really respect. I've got his book on it's right in front of me. And he's kind of staring at me from it. It's David Goggins. And the line from him is, at some point you stop looking for the light at the end of the tunnel, and then your eyes adjust to the dark. Maybe there is no grand end goal. Maybe the answer is to just get used to running. Running which direction? Running up. That way. Because the alternative is down, and down gets darker. So let's go up. So I'll keep going. And I'll change my course as I go. And I'll do what I have to do it as right as I can. And if that means changing my mind about things that I've expressed vehemently in the past, then so be it. And if that means recognizing how I've been wrong, then so be it. I'm strong enough to be weak. And I'm strong enough to be vulnerable. And I'm strong enough to cry on camera in front of you. And some people will laugh at it. And let them. Because some of you might survive because of it. For some of you, it might be a first step. And that's worth any pain that I could take on myself. And so I accept the pain willingly. Yes, I will do this. Yes, I can do this. And yes, I am worthy. I accept. I'll bear the burdens if I have to. We go up. We climb. I'll show you the way if I can. And it'll be my way, not yours. It's just showing you that there is a way. And if you have any advice, I'd love to hear it. And if you have any criticism, I'll hear that too. I wouldn't love to, but I will. And I'll listen. And I'll strive. It was you. The whole time. It was you, Rudy. That's something to strive for. Layers and layers of it. Rifujin and his character, and me, the idiot watching it, all aligned with something underlying. Something true. And Rudy can't see it, but that was only because... And to step away into a framing device that I know a lot of you don't like, if we look at Hitogami as the conscience or something like it, and I know a lot of you don't like that, but it's still very useful as a framing device, you might say to yourself, but I didn't do that for you or for altruism. I did it because somebody told me I had to. Because my conscience told me I had to. Because it was the right thing to do. Yeah. But you still did it. I don't care about a god I've never seen. A god I've never seen didn't do anything for me. The one who actually saved me was you, Rudius. And that's exactly right. Now, I would say, in a grander fullness of my own comprehension of these ideas based in other media, Rudy didn't save Ruijerd. Ruijerd saved Ruijerd, but Rudy did show him the way. A way. Broke through the shell that Ruijerd was in. Snapped him out of his wallowing. But I don't want to take away from the scene. Was you, Rudius. And I want to hear this fucking guy say it. After hearing this say you speak before, I want to hear it again. Mm-hmm. And at that point, he turns. Grow, Eris, grow. You fought a god and experienced his techniques. Do you understand what that means? And she wibbles with it for a second and then says, got it. Wakata? Determined. And he says, Iko. Good. That's the way. And the weird Lopunny hawk flies by, and it's time for Ruijerd to leave. He asks if he can treat them like children one last time, and gives them the most wholesome of head pats. And finally, Eris, who's been trying to be strong throughout, lets herself go. Can't help it. And she weeps. I like this line a lot. Don't you want this back? I'd like you to keep it. You would? Isn't it precious to you? That's why I'd like you to keep it. Because you're precious to me. And you matter. And it's a good symbol of that. And he nods knowingly. And strides off into the beyond. And we say a goodbye that makes me very scared, man. Very scared. Let's meet again sometime. Yeah. Well, you fucking better meet us again. I mean, Ruijerd's a strong boy. He'll probably be okay. But there are Orsteds roaming the world, and they're not okay. And I'm very scared for the Ruijerd. But that's part of loving someone, right? Is having faith in them. And so I'll have faith that Ruijerd will be okay. And I'll be fucking pissed if something happens to that boy. He is a good boy. Good 500-year-old demon man. Pat, pat, pat. He is a very good boy. And that's of importance. So much that I want to say. So many feelings that I can't put them into words. Yeah. And we flash through feelings of not wanting to say goodbye to a friend. All the moments that we've shared together, including the hard ones and the disagreements, and the ways that Ruijerd's staunch principles have shaped Rudy, and the ways that they've come to conclusions and reached understanding and respect. Let's meet again. That's right. We can always see each other again. And that shit scares me, Rifujin. That shit scares me. Come on, man. Come on, man. That gets my senses all tingly. That's death flag stuff. I still need to buy a death flag. How do I get a flag made? Get flag made. Question mark? With a skull on it or something? I could get like a pirate flag or something. I missed this consciously. I missed that he bows. I missed it consciously. Because he does bow. Okay, so we returned to society. And when we were returning, I said, what do we expect from society? And I said, I made a biblical joke, which is money changers in the temple. Because this is the prodigal son returns to home sort of a situation. Prodigal daughter and prodigal son, right? Returning home. And what you find when you return home after you've been gone for a journey of self-development is that the home that you were in is corrupted. It's Odysseus. It's the Odyssey, right? He goes off on this grand journey for his honor, and he comes back to find his whole home dishonored. Okay, so you got to deal with the shit that's going wrong in your home. But what we find is just the destruction of people, because the actual corruption is one step higher up in the hierarchy. This is just the despair. And so we find ourselves entering a place of despair. And real despair. You want to talk real despair? Here's a mother crying over her child. There's real despair. And I made a second religious joke, which is, I, Siddhartha Gautama, have traveled the world and I return to find my city in ruins. Now they have an understanding of what they had. And now, returning to this collapse, this shell of what was, they can understand how different this is. Because this ain't good. Ghislaine. Really cool way that they did this. It really gets you into the mode of, oh my god, is that... And it nails it. It just nails it. We have this embrace between them. And she Eris! I like that too. Because it shows that Ghislaine has been interacting in court ways, you know? Eris! And then she stops herself. Wait, I mean Lady Eris, but... And she hesitates to embrace her, too. Ghislaine. We walk up and we've got this guy. And Eris thought she would never see her again. There we go. And so it is time. You have to say the things. Please wait outside. And we get the trust. Eris says, no, no. Rudy stays. Okay, very well. We close the door. And I love this. Let me say how la 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 la. Shut the fuck up. Tell me what's wrong. And Eris is bringing her bullheadedness is now backed by competence, right? Because Eris always had the burgeoning confidence, but she was always a child and people could treat her as such, you know? Now she has competence to back it. She demands a little bit of respect. Who's dead? Everybody. Who's left? You. Yes, we're sure. They passed away in the conflict zone. Ghislaine confirmed it. Your grandfather was executed and held responsible. What? And Eris tells Rudy to stop. And he listens. But... This is her realm. This is her place. Let her have this. And she is ready for it. That is the state of the Asura Kingdom. So what happens now? Lord Pilamon Notos Greyrat wishes to take you as his concubine, my lady. And that seems like a pretty good deal to me, because we don't have any other options. Is what this guy says. And so we have what Eris comes home to. She comes home the scion of a destroyed family. She's given one option, which is to maintain something of her house by being taken as a concubine of a relative who probably had more than a little to do with the murder of her father or her grandfather. Great. Great options. And here we see, well, the hardship of being a noblewoman in a feudalistic society. And it's very well represented. And we see exactly what Ghislaine thinks of it, because she cannot help herself. She goes, "How dare you?" And he goes, "Well, I dare, because what else are we going to do?" "But aren't you thinking about the person?" "No. I am thinking about the region and the family." "And you're going to sacrifice Eris for them?" And we bring the camera in more and more and more and more, tighter and tighter and tighter, tighter, as they had this argument that they've obviously had before. We cut here, and they're obstructing each other's faces with their faces, which is why I said when we saw this scene, I really like the framing of this scene, is because we're doing this, like, this broken shot, reverse shot. It's actually, it's double broken. So, oh, yeah, it's double broken. This breaks the 180-degree rule. Left, right, next. Left, right, so we're holding there. Left, right, flipped, broken. We just broke the 180-degree rule. It should be that Ghislaine stays on the left and this guy ends up on the right. And instead, we break it. So this is a shattered conversation that's all... It's all broken, all fucked up. And so she immediately turns away from a place where you cannot reach any... Where you're at an impasse, you can't reach any sort of conclusion, and speaks directly to Eris. "Eris, just run away. Just run away. Be happy. Please, run away. And what will become of the people?" She says basically, "You do it." But he can't, because that's the nature of power. Fuck. And so Eris demands something. "Give me time alone." And everyone nods and everyone leaves. And Rudy thinks she doesn't mean him because, well, she said Rudy stays before. He tries to comfort her, not knowing what to say. And she knows what to say. "I mean it. Give me some time alone." And for the second time in 2 days, Rudius turns away from one of his friends while they weep and leaves her to her quiet tears, unable to help, and goes to find hardship of his own. discover that his mother is still missing, and then realize that Sylphiette is still missing too, but not dead yet. So where? We don't know. And then we have, this is the unfamiliar ceiling. This is Evangelion. Listless, confused, blue tones. Holding a goblet of wine that will become a perfect symbol. We have Rudius. And for the second time in our story, Eris, Boreas Grey Rat, enters Rudius's room wearing a shift. And this time no one has told her to do so. She's decided it on her own. And I'm going to be clear here, I don't know how to feel about this scene. But I think I understand it a little bit. She's nervous and hesitant, and at first he doesn't understand what's happening at all. He doesn't put it together, really. Eris. I kind of expected something like this, right? Darkness upon return. And she sits, and when she sits, there's this emphasis on her bosom, on her breasts. Because she's essentially a woman now. And it's very different from the time when she sat on his bed before. Because she's very literally filled out. And he notices too. That's why they're framed in eyeline. Dink. Okay, so where are our thirds in this scene? They're right here, right? And then right across Rudy's eyeline. That's a third, a third, a third. Okay? You can see my mouse. You can see where I'm drawing the thirds. Okay. And she sits down, and they end up in a secondary third down here. And Rudius is still looking. Dink, 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 dink. Right. Okay. He doesn't not notice this. So what now? And you want to talk about framing. Some fucker put a post in the middle of my room. Why'd they do that? Well, because there's a big wall between Eris and Rudius. If I remember correctly, there wasn't a wall the first time they sat down together. This is a constructed wall, right? Right. A wall that they've put up between themselves. Right. What will you do now? What do you mean? I mean what Alphonse said. Marrying that guy? That doesn't matter. And also, I'll note that she entered the room with her arms crossed, and now she uncrosses them. Because she's made her decision. She knows exactly what she's going to do tonight, and exactly what she's going to do tomorrow, now. She knows. Rudius, I'm all alone now. And I turned 15 the other day. And that's coming up with justifications. It's moving the goalposts closer. Right? Oh, it completely slipped my mind. But it didn't slip our mind as viewers. 15, eh? Wasn't that an important number? Yeah, on the other side, for Rudius turning 15. But we can see where this is going. What would you like as a present? And she says the most devastating fucking harsh shit that I've ever seen in my entire life. If she meant it in a different way, this would be the harshest thing in the world. You just found out that your whole family is dead and you go, oh, that's right, you're 15. What do you want for your birthday? Oh, a family. Oh, my soul, escaping the body, leaving the body. But she means what she means. Rudius be my family. So brother and sister then? Not exactly. I don't care what we are, let's sleep together. And she doesn't mean sleep. Hey! And he is sort of peeking out from behind the barrier like, I'm sorry, hold on. Do you mean what I think you mean by that? Because what you just said implies a thing that I've put away, because I had that and I wanted it, and then I took it and then I put it away, and now you're bringing it back up in a way that makes me bring it back up, and I'd like to know with some clarification and some confirmation whether it is exactly what you mean actually in this moment. Please tell me what? Wait, what? Hold on. And he holds on to this goblet. And the goblet starts to become a real symbol here. It's him holding on to something, right? And what is a goblet? A goblet is a glass. It's a thing which holds and molds what is inside of it, right? It's like a wall or like a pit even. Yeah, something like that. Maybe I'm overthinking it. I don't know. It still ends up becoming symbolically relevant as we move forward, so I'm thinking about it. What does the goblet mean? And he stirs it around. Isn't that sudden? Didn't we make a promise? And she says, but that was for when I turned 15. Or no, she says, but that was for when I turned 15. And she says, I don't care either way. And again, out from behind, this is a sensual posture. And the wall is still there, and they're not quite meeting each other's gaze, because they're like, how actually does the framing of this even work? Where is the camera in relation to this pillar in order to make it this way so that her breasts poke out but then her eyeline is hidden? I don't fucking know. It doesn't actually matter. What matters is that the representation is correct. And Rudy, we turn to Rudy going, what the fuck? What the fuck is going on? Oh, I get it. Eris might be feeling hopeless. Oh. And we zoom in on the desirables. I mean, I want to, but wouldn't this be taking advantage of her? And the answer is absolutely. I think yes. So that's why I don't know how to feel about the scene. I said so when it happened, when we said this line. I think so. Yeah, Eris is in an emotionally vulnerable state. But there's a flip side, which is sometimes when somebody is in an emotionally vulnerable state, the thing that you can do that they need you to do is to embrace them. And I think Eris wants to be embraced as a woman for a variety of reasons in this moment. So the line is blurry. Way blurry. Because it's both the wrong thing to do and the right thing to do at the same time. And that's amazing. And we hone in on his eye of foresight here. And you can't see what future this holds. Because that's not how your power works, bud. And he's struggling. His eyes are wibbling against himself. He's struggling with himself. Grappling with himself. Wrestling with his own self. Because he's already wrestled with this. He's put his lust away. And we reopen the door to it in a way that might be right. And she goes, ah, come on. And fighter that she is and woman that she's become, she's gonna take what she wants now. And he's still clinging on to the goblet for dear life because it still remains a representation of holding on. Because the goblet holds all the water in, right? Or in this case, all the wine in. Which is the emotions in. Which is the vulnerability in. Which is the fear in. Which is the connection in. And she straddles him and pushes him down, and the wine begins to fall out of the glass, and he can't hold it, but he still holds on to it. Drip, drip, drip. And we create a puddle on the floor that is the same puddle as before, and is also a representation of loss of virginity, right? Because that produces blood frequently. Probably not in Eris, given that she's ridden on horseback and is a fighter and stuff, and is extremely flexible and all that jazz, but the representation works, right? Yeah. Super works. Splish, splash. And again, the danglies. And we do this pan down, which is Rudy is taking in her body and her wholeness. and we turn our focus down to the crotch, and that's what she is asking. What's this? Which is to say that your body betrays your desire, and maybe you should be more honest about that. And so he begins to be honest about that. Well, you are cute. I can't deny that part. And now we're eye to eye, and we're really close in frame. Ding, ding. And their two frames are like puzzle pieces that would fit together to create a whole if you look at them that way. And so this means that you're interested. Yup. And you like me. Yup. And you've been wanting this, and you've been looking at me, and you can't help it. Yes. And you're still saying no, despite all of that. Yes. A promise is a promise, and he leans into the barrier. We said we would wait until I'm 15. And she pulls out the most powerful move. The secret technique passed down through the Boreas Grey Rat line for generations. And it is not nigerun dayo. It is not to run away. It is to lean in and say... And we break the barrier. Still framed in the barrier, okay. And we lean in, and we break the framing. They're in the same frame now. And she crosses over him, and the two puzzle pieces overlap. And I'm not even going to listen to it. I have to. Oof. And in absolute shock, the barrier crosses by and disappears. And with the last little bit of wine held in the bottom of the glass, Rudius lets go. The glass falls. And we float into him letting go and holding her. And we reflect in those moments, just as we've done with Ruijerd, and just as we did with all of the family and all of the loss that centers around that connection and that vulnerability. We flash through all of the moments of love and hate and rejection and acceptance that are the foundations of his relationship. His deep and serious and good relationship with Eris. From the punch in the hayloft, to the moments of cuteness and beauty and dancing, to the moment he went back and grabbed hold of her when he didn't have to, and their fingers interlace, and the last bit of wine spills out of the glass. And they kiss and become one, and Goblet sinks into blood, into wine, and disappears impossibly, magically. And that's a direct sex thing. The poof and the yeah, okay. Right. Fade to black. Curtains. Pan over to the fireplace. And people are gonna say, hey, look, the groomer finally made it. He finally did the thing that he's been angling for this whole time, and the pedophile has groomed the child. People are gonna say that shit. And they're not gonna get it. I'm certain of it. And I feel really sorry for them. Because they've missed the generation of a real relationship and real love and comfort and companionship between these two characters. And so the next step Well, it's because this isn't a thin relationship that the next part hurts so damn much. Because the next part hurts a lot. Rudy wakes up and we get his internal voice of glory and joy, having joined the masses of the normies who get pussy. Yes, indeed. Look at me. I'm one of you now. Cheer up, sad man. That's what you're missing. This dude sitting over here, his family is dead, just being sad in the corner because his whole family is dead. Cheer up, bud. What you need is to get your dick wet. That's the solution, bud. Fucking Rudy. And he finds that she's gone, and that she's cut off her hair to go become a warrior, of course. To go on a mission, on an adventure with Ghislaine. We aren't well balanced right now. I'm going away. And the walls close in on Rudius. Right? Glorious open day. Brightness, sun. And it all closes in on Rudius. Where'd they go? Can't tell you. I don't get it. Did I just get dumped? She said all these things and then... What the fuck? And so Rudius stumbles through the ruins of his homeland. Alone more than ever, having gotten the thing that he was craving for 14 3/4 years or whatever, having finally achieved enlightenment, and he finds out that it doesn't actually matter that much. And now he just misses Eris, and Ruijerd, and his family, and his mom, and Sylphie. And he's just alone. And for the first time in a long, long time, Rudius cries. And he really fucking cries. And so that's dreams and reality. And be careful what you wish for. Because it might not be what you want. And I have 10 minutes. So I'm going to skip the gym today. I can't skip the gym today. I have to go. I want to watch the next episode tonight. So I'll say one more thing about Eris. Here. Gosh, Rudy alone. Incredible. But I'll say one more thing about Eris here. Eris knew that she was going to leave. The world conspired in such a way that Eris had two options, really, for her future. One was to become the concubine, not even the wife, not even with respect. And she's seen what concubines, how they get treated in her family. And have her virginity and her sexuality taken and used to bind herself to a man that she doesn't know or like, who again probably has something to do with the death of her grandfather. That's one option. The other option is to run away. And either option that she takes, she won't be able to fulfill her promise with Rudius, who she has come to genuinely love. And so she chooses to choose, rather than to not choose. Rather than to let the world choose for her, Eris makes a choice. And her choice is to give herself to Rudius. And it's the most fucking hurtful thing that she could possibly do. But it is probably the best thing for her. And, well, Rudy will learn that what he was craving wasn't what he wanted. And that's probably the best thing for Rudy, too. That's pretty excellent. Okay, I think I am going to go to the gym. I think it's really necessary that I do so. I'll try to make it short, and if I come back and I have the time, I will record the next episode tonight. And we'll see how to go from there. Thank you so much for watching this episode of Mushoku Tensei. Someone in the comments said, it's not the turning points themselves, but what happens right after them that I find most compelling. Paraphrased. Me too. This was fucking exceptional. This episode was really, really powerful. Thanks for watching it with me. please join me for the next one as well. If you'd like to support the work that I do, as weird and silly as it might be, I would be grateful. It's the only way that I survive. Patreon's in the description. Thank you. I love you. And I believe in you. Peace. Alrighty, welcome back, everyone. It is 3 hours later, almost exactly from when I stopped recording. And since then, I have gone to the gym. I had to wake my roommate up because he actually was napping. I expected him to be ready and raring to go, and turned out that he was napping. And so if I hadn't decided to go to the gym and gotten ready, probably he would have slept right through his own gym time. So that's interesting. And we went, and both of us had a pretty shitty workout. And yet I returned victorious because I have overcome myself and my inertia and my desire to stay and form excuses to not go do the hard thing that I was supposed to do. And so instead I went and I did it. And it didn't go great, but that's the point, is that you go anyway. When it feels great, when it doesn't feel great, doesn't matter. As we get into this next episode of Mushoku Tensei, I'm going to be speaking mildly quietly because it's later on in the evening and I don't want to disturb the people around me. However, I also really want to watch this episode and I want to watch it now. I'm in the mindset for it. Today's the day for it, and to put it off for a week would be silly. And now that I don't live on an early access based schedule, I feel confident and comfortable in doing that because I'm not losing anything by going ahead and doing that. So that's pretty good, and I appreciate that. I've got my shake here. You can't really see the coloration of it. It's kind of greenish purple. It's made up of frozen wild blueberries, which I get in a blend with kale and strawberries, and some frozen mango, which is also in a blend with frozen wild blueberries and strawberries. They're two different blends from the Wyman's company. I really like their wild blueberries. They're these tiny little blueberries that just have so much richness of flavor and nutrient density. They're delicious for shakes and stuff. Highly recommended. As well as, I got a bunch of bananas. We swung by the store, and I picked up a bunch of bananas that were just on the edge of being too ripe. And I looked at the bananas, and all the other bananas on the shelf are all like greening. And then there's one bunch of bananas that's going brown spotted. I was like, man, nobody's gonna buy those bananas. All right, I'm gonna buy those bananas and use them. It's like $2 of bananas, and it's like 8 bananas in a bunch. So I took them and I bought them, and I put 2 of them in the shake, and they make the shake delicious. Really, really good. Pea protein, some PB2, which is defatted dried peanut butter powder, it's good stuff. I prefer whole peanut butter, but I'm trying to reduce my fats intake just to try it. See how that goes. In general, I recommend eating lots of healthy fats, but that's neither here nor there. Pea protein powder and a little bit of athletic greens just to mix it up. And gosh, I love these shakes so much. They're half the reason that the other people who go to the gym with me stick with it, is because I got them addicted to the sugar rush of the shake right after. When I was bulking previously, I used to do them with like multiple tablespoons of peanut butter in them and like half a pint of really high quality ice cream and whole milk. And that shit was decadent. That shit was explosive decadent. Really extraordinary. But now it's mostly fruit and veg and macadamia nut milk. And it ends up still being delicious and filling and hearty and food. So that's my food for now, and I'll be sipping on that as we go through the episode instead of my tea. This is the final episode of the first big season, the second core, but the first big season of Mushoku Tensei. And I wonder how it's going to be as a final episode. Will it try to wrap things in a way, or will it try to build up what is going to come next? Or will it really be about Rudy feeling like he's stuck and needing for some reason to wake up and take a step? That's what the title is. He just got slammed by a new type of despair. He did that thing that we do when we aim for a goal and we finally reach the goal and we find out that reaching the goal wasn't really what we wanted. What we wanted was all about the process. And now that we've reached the goal, the process falls apart. And in this case, the process was one of forming connections with people. And those connections, while they still exist and they're still powerful, seem or must seem to Rudy to have evaporated, as first Ruijerd leaves, and then Eris, and Ghislaine, and he's already left his father, and his mother isn't around, and Lilia, and Norn, and Aisha. So Rudy is left alone in his hometown, now destroyed, with the person he knows best being that fucking asshole with the monocle. And that's all he's got. And so, there's no clear path in front of him. There's no clear way forward. No specific, obvious, and direct motivation. There are a couple things that he could do, but he has to self-motivate to get there. There's no rescue Ruijerd's reputation. There's no get Eris home. There's just Rudy having gotten back to where he was going, having found out that both Sylphie and his mom are still missing, and he's got to choose what to do and step outside of his self and figure out where to go, how to get there. It's a tough spot. Let's find out what our main character will do with it. No comment spotlight on this one, I guess because we already just watched the previous episode. Cool. Let's watch episode 23 of Mushoku Tensei. Beep beep timer. Ah, interesting. Used to waking up early now. Used to trekking too. And Ghislaine notices, of course. And Rudy greets the new dawn as a happy man, huh? Not quite. Oh, are we in deep despair? Underwater? A different song. No. The same song. Rebuilding. Beginning to farm again. Despite it all. Life goes on. Wake up to the dawn. Believe. Oh, fuck. Shit. Men and women, the old and the young. Ah, cup balanced on the edge. And for days he's been unable to move, huh? You're becoming the same again, Rudy. And turning away from the light. You've been here before, bud. You know where this path leads, man. That's not the one. That's pretty hair. Ah, that's why. We're gonna show it, aren't we? So that's why? So that's why, huh? Okay. Doesn't know how to bloody that bully's nose, does he? Because that's what you do. You bloody his nose and you try to break it. You try to break his legs, too. And so he retreats. And his family doesn't know what to do either. They try kindness, but kindness doesn't work. Friendly doesn't work, right? You can't give in, broken clock. Won't help. That's not it. No, you should have forced him out of the house and made him go back to that school and told him to punch that bully. Get himself expelled. Really. I really mean that. All my children are strong. I know you can do it. Stuck. Well, you can. Shit. Well, you can, Rudius. Don't fuck it up. Yep. Rot. That's exactly right. You're rotting in here, bud. Mm-hmm. No being strong, no staying here. There's shit to do. This is the rope. This is the rope, man. But you gotta climb out. That's a scheming motherfucker. You. I see. Okay, I misunderstood. I thought he was actually making a lie to Rudy. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You need to pull your weight, man. And he looks at him over his eyebrows. Uh-huh, but it's hard to realize that when you're in pain. Resentful Rudius. That's the day, huh? Dark indeed. Failed. That was a good attempt. No, you silly, it's not your fault. You couldn't have fixed this. That's more like it. He's just gonna lay there in her hair? Yeah. She's not laying around. She's out there killing stuff. Where are we going? Oh. Oh, sorry, I didn't realize that would be him. Yes, you are. Yes. I am a spurred. Mushoku Kai indeed. And we're watching him throw it away. Step by step by step. We're seeing that the thing he's passed upon, and they overcome their own bias. God, my little fucking heart. My little Kokoro can't take it, man. Never did. Until it did. Compared to him, relied on him, so she needed to be away from him. And he doesn't understand at all. And Ruijerd needs his own strength, too. He can't keep letting Rudy carry him. I met a spurred. Why aren't you afraid? Yeah. He's leaning so far back. How could we fear you? Uh-huh. And they don't realize how they're lost. Whoa. Maybe I should. Mm-hmm. You goof. And that's the moment that you fall in love with Eris if she's the one you're gonna fall in love with. I mean you, the viewer. I mean us. Man, that's 2 on the bubbles underwater. The third one's gonna be interesting, isn't it? God damn it. All the effects that he's had, huh? Oh, hi! Where the fuck are you? In the cold, in the hot? Everybody thinking of him and how much they could rely on him. And Tona's training. Fuck. Even she's training. God damn. The adventurer. The ones who survived because of him. Dead end. You really want to know? Oh, it's spectacular. Yeah. It hurts to have people want to help you when you can't help yourself. Kishirika, your belly is so small. Truly our god. Truly the queen we deserve. Oh, she's just going at it. Okay. Okay, Elise. Oh, this is such a cool way to do this episode. In the corner, Elise? Dude, he's not even conscious. Who the fuck is that? Fucking Kishirika. Did she pay for her? She did. Okay. Oh, you doll. How about a demon eye? You want a demon eye? Yeah, that's... no thanks. Oh. Oh, shit. Who's that running? Oh, Paul. One set reunited. And he doesn't even know that it's been working. So he's staying in his fucking room still. It's all happening, man. And he doesn't even know. Mm-hmm. I'm sure your brother will find her, he'll say. Everybody has faith in him but himself. Fuck. I can barely say it without bursting into tears. The mother? Ahoyawato. Where the fuck is this? Maybe she's close to something that obscures vision. Not a corpse, then. And then she'll recognize him. Being sad. Fucking Kishirika. Weirdest character. Stuck. Enslaved. Imprisoned. She'll even believe in him? All my children are strong. Continue, yes, no. People can change, right? People can change, right? I hate him sometimes, man. Guru. But why try? I've pushed them all away, so it doesn't matter. There's no point. Being isn't good, huh? People can't change, eh? Wrong. A comforting lie. Third. There she is. Where are we? Mud on the floor. Doing something for others. Asshole. Is he seeing this? Where's this moment coming from? Your mother is missing, man. I have to. You have to. You have to. It's the same threshold, isn't it? And it's love at the core. With this stupid little box, too. Again. And again. And again. Bubbles rise. Bubbles rise and light cannot be chained. There's a lot more book left. Ooh, teaser. A great magic school. Is that white hair butt? That's Sylvie. Oh, I had a feeling. I had a weird feeling. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Thank you for watching. Are you kidding? What else am I gonna do with my time? Can you think of a better way to spend 23 episodes of anime? Because I can't. I can't. Fuck. If last episode was a roller coaster, this episode... Oh. I mean, this episode, I said last episode at some point, I said, like, it's like dropping an anvil on his lap. This episode felt like sitting under an anvil. Like a couple 100 pounds of steel, which, to be fair, is what I just was doing a couple hours ago. Was putting a couple 100 pounds of weight on my back and sitting under it and then standing back up, because that's what squatting is. But this was really brutal. This is my favorite ending to a cour of a show that I have seen in a long time. And that makes sense, given that it's my favorite two cours of a show that I've seen in a long time, and you can take that and to the bank if you'd like. I don't mind. Depression is a motherfucker, because all the things that you need to do to fix the depression are the things that the depression makes you the worst at doing. The way you fix it is actually really simple. There's no trick to it. There's no trick to becoming undepressed. The trick is to do the things that you would do if you're not depressed, regardless of your depression. Oh, you feel like shit? Do the thing anyway. That's it. It's the whole trick. That's the whole answer, as far as I can tell. And if you have a genuine, serious chemical imbalance inside your brain, then you need to go and get direct medical help to ameliorate that. But that won't help you on its own. There are a lot of people who are on SSRIs who are still fucking depressed. I talked to a bunch of them this New Year's. I asked them what their New Year's resolutions were. I talked to them about their lives. And they're sitting there going, I know that there's something that I need to do, and I know to some extent exactly what it is, and I'm not doing it, and that's my problem. And that's exactly right. There's no trick to it. There's no magical secret to get out of that pit, really. The secret is to step outside of yourself and climb. The secret is to do it anyway. Oh, you don't feel like doing it? Do it anyway. I didn't feel like going to the gym today. Did not. It's raining. It's cold. Feels like shit. Didn't want to do it. Went and did it. There are tricks to make it easier to overcome that threshold of the self. Cold showers are one of those, because you overcome the one thing and that makes it easier to overcome all the other things, and that works pretty well. But when you're depressed, The last thing you want to do is get up and take a shower, right? Yeah, I know, I've been there. The warm and comforting bed sucks you in like quicksand. And when you're really in it, you lose the ability to self-motivate, the ability to turn yourself from a lump of meat slowly decaying on your side, and turn yourself into something that moves. Because what you are is alive. You're something that moves. But if you lose that spark of being is good, that belief in yourself, even if you don't believe in yourself, then everything you've worked for seems like it's dust. And that's what we show in this episode, is that all of the proof doesn't dispel for Rudy his feelings of inadequacy. Exactly what we were talking about before. The imposter syndrome remains despite all the evidence to the contrary. And so we spend the entire episode showing how much power Rudy has to influence the world. And Rudy lays there saying, I can't do anything. I am not worth anything. And as wrong as he is, because he believes it about himself, he almost makes it right. And that's something fascinating. Which is this: your mind, your conscious, aware, sentient, intelligent human mind is so powerful, and we don't know what it really is. You know, we've got this idea that you're a physically embodied entity that's made of like muscle fibers on top of bone with blood flowing through it. And we might be actually completely wrong about literally all of that. But we do know that you exist and you experience. And we know that you are able to manipulate your surroundings, and it seems like you're able to choose how. It seems. And I choose to believe that you can choose. Your mind is such that if you believe yourself to be worthless, it's true. And if you believe yourself to be worthy, it's true. Weird. And when I say belief, let me be clear. Let me be explicitly clear. Belief isn't thinking. Thinking ain't shit. Thinking is useless. Thoughts, 1,000 thoughts scatter their way through your brain every day, every second of every day. And most of them go blah, 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 and are gone. Thinking doesn't matter until you embody in some way. Believing doesn't matter until you act in some way. And you believe what you act out. If you don't act it out, you don't believe it. If I believe that content should be free, and I don't embody that by making my content free, then I don't believe it. You are what you do. Truly and truly. And you know that this is true because you can lay in bed all day, every day, thinking about how great a world you could build, how you could be rich and successful and fuck all the girls and whatever. And you don't really believe it because you're not doing it. If you believed it, you'd be manifesting it into reality. Not by thinking real hard and manifesting, which is a pretty popular thing right now and is stupid as shit. No. You act really hard to manifest. You're capable of taking uncertainty, I think fundamentally on a mathematical, physical, quantum level, and snapping it into certainty. But only if you use your body to do it. And that means writing, or typing, or moving, or running, or pushing, or digging. The people, and the reason that I almost burst into tears during the first scenes of this episode, right here, as these characters stare down at this grain and smile and then cast it up into the sky and say, "Grow nice and strong now." These people believe that they can rebuild, and so they will. Not because they're sitting around going, it's gonna rebuild. The city's going to rebuild and I believe it. No, they're acting it out, and so that's belief. There's a line that might be my favorite line from any religious text. And I'll be clear that I've read a lot of religious texts. Doesn't mean that I've understood them, but I have read them in my own quests for understanding, and in many ways quests to answer this exact same question. Because of your unbelief, for verily I say unto you, if ye have faith as a grain of mustard seed, ye shall say unto this mountain, remove hence to yonder place, and it shall remove, and nothing shall be impossible unto you. People read this line about the faith of the mustard seed, and they think that what is meant by it, by the depiction of it, is if you only had a teensy bit of faith, then you would be able to move mountains. And that's not what's meant by it at all. Living things, all of them, except humans as far as I can tell, for the most part. Plants, certainly. Never doubt themselves, do they? I've got this jar full of sprouts, and look at the top. You see those little tails pushing out through the screen? These little sprouts believe in themselves. They really believe in themselves. All they need is a little bit of water, not even sunlight yet. And they've got everything they need to start growing. They believe so hard, they change themselves, they rip themselves apart in order to strive toward, well, they don't know. They're sprouts. They don't know what the fuck they are. They're nothing but belief. Pure faith. Pure striving. No idea what's on the other side of the mesh. They can't feel or see as far as we know. They're just little bits of genetic code and a little bit of nutrients. That's all they've got. And yet, seeds will grow so strongly that they'll split rocks. And if you had that faith in yourself, you would be able to say, hey, mountain, go over there. Because you'd enact it. Not because you'd literally look at the mountain and be like, hey, but because if you believe that hard, you'll embody it. And piece by piece, you'll go and dig that mountain up. And humans have done that for thousands of years. We have literally moved mountains and cut roadways through rock. The mind is so powerful. So powerful. And you have one. It's like maybe the most powerful thing that has ever existed, and you've got one sitting on top of your shoulders. And we barely ever think about what we could do with it. Well, I say to you, if you had as much faith as a little seed, as much belief in yourself and your ability to grow, as much desire to point upward, and remember that it's turn by little tiny agonizing turn, and step by little tiny agonizing step, well, I say to you, you could move mountains. And I I want to be an example of that in my own way. Because I'm pure faith. And I don't mean it in a religious way, really. Pure belief. Belief in us. Belief in humans. Belief in intelligence. And so when I say I believe in you, I mean I'm acting out my belief in you. And when someone says, I love you, if they say it in fullness and they really mean it, they're saying that they believe in you even if you don't believe in yourself. And they believe in you despite all evidence to the contrary. Because that's what love is. Love is not just acceptance or tolerance, or niceness or kindness or friendliness. Love is love. Love is belief. And this episode fucking nails it. Fucking nails it. Because love is the thing that can make somebody who doesn't believe in themselves believe anyway. And to love yourself is really hard. But it is to love yourself despite everything that you are, because you are weak. And yet you could move mountains. Welcome to the human condition. You're a piece of shit. You're also the greatest thing that's ever existed. And whichever one you choose to be, you will be. You have the power to ruin this world, and that means you have the power to make it great too. And it's really up to you. And your perspective actually matters. Like, physically, materially matters. Don't ask me how that works. I don't know. But as we get closer to trying to understand the universe on a micro level, on a beyond micro level, on a fundamental mathematical level, and as we get closer to understanding the universe on a grand cosmic level, the people who are at the cutting edge of both sides of that research continuously discover and are shocked to find that there's something about observing and acting that nothing else can do. And they often come away with the conclusion that humans have something fucking special about us. Something in this consciousness thing is real. And it matters, and you have it. And what you choose to do with it really matters. You think any of these farmers want to be out here working? I mean, that they're like craving it. They're like, yeah, can't wait to go out and plow the field. Can't wait to go work until I'm destroyed. Only insofar as they are aligned with their own beliefs. Because when you believe in something like, we could rebuild, we could be better, then you have to. Or you fall apart because now you're lying to yourself. Spectacular, immediate, in seconds it represents the idea so concisely. And we get it from Eris too, right? Eris has no lack of faith. She's got so much damn faith in Rudius that she believes in herself. She believes in him so much that she can't even fathom that separating herself from him for her own growth could harm him. Wouldn't even cross her mind. Can't consider it. She believes in him so much, and we find that every character that has brushed paths with Rudy believes in him and is acting it out. Eris believes in him so much that she knows she has to become better to be worthy of him, because she doesn't even see herself as worthy of him. And so she gets up before dawn, surprising Ghislaine a little bit. And Rudy is stuck under water in darkness. And he can't see it. But the kid can. And the old man can. And the old man looks at the little seedling and he looks at the boy. Because he believes in them, in society, in humanity, in growth, in viriditas, the greening force, the force that is alive, that is as powerful, maybe more so, than the fundamental laws of nature. And I mean the 4 fundamental forces: strong force, weak force, magnetism, gravity, electromagnetism, gravity. Viriditas might be more powerful than any of them, and it's him looking at the youth and the plant. The greening. With sweat running down his brow, he smiles. And even this guy, well, I didn't really have much respect for, or shall I say belief in. He's working hard too, because organization is hard work. And the rain falls and the plants grow. And they bring him food in the hopes that he'll get better. And all the hustle and bustle goes on outside of him, and he can't. He can't click it. He can't grok it. And so he shies away from it and withdraws. And grows resentful too. And that's exactly correct. And we bring up the title sequence over Rudius turning away from the light and turning back into who he has been for most of his existence. Because most of his existence was here in this world. So our focus is first on the girl in front of us, and her hair is immaculate for a reason. It's because that's what Rudy is focused on. He's looking at her, and then he returns his eyes to center, because his thought is like, oh, not for me. And it's already there, isn't it? Just waiting to bloom the flowers of death. Death of the soul. Not for me. Not that thing that I want or love. Won't even look at the beauty of a woman. Self-hatred lurks. And we have the opposite side. Real monsters. Lions and tigers, bears and dragons ain't got shit over fucking high schoolers with an attitude and an arrogance. Confidence without competence, eh? And so they walk past. Out of our way, out of our way. Nobody cares about you. And Rudy just takes it. But then, no, he doesn't. He stands up. You know, every day for the last couple of days, whether in a stream or a video, I've written a particular phrase down on my whiteboard. And I'm going to write it down again because it keeps coming up and being correct. I had this thought a couple days ago, and the thought was, saints get burned. And that's not saying that you shouldn't try to be generous and altruistic. It is saying that if you sacrifice of yourself too frequently, you will get hurt for it. And it seems that the universe is fucked up enough that the best people get the worst results. So if you... How do I put this without scaring people away? If you resolve yourself to be really powerfully good, you need to be ready, because the universe is going to hit you for it, and it's going to try to burn you. You gotta be ready. And baby, I know that one well. I know it very well. So you gotta be a little bit fucking crazy. And maybe you have to be willing to go out in flames. So be ready. And go with grace. And walk through fire. Because that's what it's gonna take. And Rudy's not ready here. Not at all. It's why it's so important that we tell stories about heroes overcoming obstacles. Because without some faith, you try to do a good thing, and a dragon tries to eat you. And you need to be ready to fight the dragon. And if you don't have some real belief that there's something worthwhile on the other side of that, you'll just do what a lot of, not heroes, but it's always the guy in the shining special armor, right? Who's like, I'll save everybody, and rides out, sees how big the dragon is, and goes, ooh, oh, I didn't actually realize what I'm getting into. I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna go back and chill in the castle. And in stories like that, they're good stories, usually it's the peasant without the armor who goes, well, fuck, what the fuck do I have to lose? The dragon's gonna kill me and my family anyway. I'll go fight the fucking thing. And you win because you choose to fight it. So you gotta be ready for it. It's not a reason not to be one. You just have to be ready. And try to have your shit in order in a way that it won't actually kill you. And get ready to walk through fire. So Rudy starts walking through fire and he doesn't know what he's doing with it. And we get the turn. You're pretty wimpy for someone trying to act tough. And he stands there and he takes this. We don't get the full context, but he stands there and he takes it. Hey, at least try to dodge. Come on, come on. And Rudy's internalized this thing. And I want to be really, really clear about this thing. Because it's gonna sound bad, and I'm gonna get some flack back for saying this. When a shark comes at you, you punch it in the nose. When a bully comes at you, you try to break his nose. Not just to hurt him a little bit, but to really, really hurt him. And this is a lesson. You can hate this author, and it's totally okay. The author's out of his gourd in a lot of ways. But it's a lesson best expressed by Ender Wiggins in Ender's Game by Orson Scott Card. And it goes like this. Ender is a small child, and he goes, and a couple of bullies decide that they're going to take it out on Ender. And they catch him in the shower, and they try to beat him in order to prove themselves and to inflate their own egos. And Ender, very tactically, goes ahead and beats one of them near to death. And he explains his reasoning a little bit later because the people in charge ask him exactly why he did it. And he explains quite quickly and quite easily. If I had just won that battle, they would be back. I have to win all of the battles, and I saw the opportunity to cause one sliver of harm to a person and win all of the battles, because nobody will ever fuck with me again. And there's no way to do that without some serious repercussions. But if somebody is trying to end you, and that's what these guys are trying to do, make no mistake about it, this is not boys being boys, or friendly jeering, or play, or even simple bullying. This is a direct psychological attack. This is meant to end him for their own pleasure. And he should try to kill them. And I'm dead serious. There are 3 of them. The chances that he'll succeed are 0. But he should go to that bully in the front, or really he should choose the biggest of the guys, and he should try his damned best to freak the fuck out and scare the shit out of him. And try to kill him. I mean, literally try to rip his head off. Genuinely try to kill him. Because they will never fuck with you again if you do something like that. And I don't have a better answer to it. And I've really struggled with this problem, because every time that I go looking for answers on what to do about bullying, there aren't any good answers. The answer is always escalate to a person in authority, and that doesn't work. Utilize the systems of authority, and that doesn't work. You have to fix it inside the social dominance hierarchy of the unit. Otherwise, if you go outside of that dominance hierarchy, you get outcast regardless. And lots of kids end up moving from school to school to school, getting bullied and bullied and bullied. And the answer is really to try to bloody the bully's nose. It's really the answer. It's the way that humans have dealt with this for thousands of years, and it's the way that our ancestors in the primates have dealt with this for thousands of years. And if you don't fight back, they eat you. I'd love to hear a well-thought-out response. If someone has a protocol for what to do when something like this is going down, if somebody has a well-thought-out and well-backed answer that isn't attempt to hurt the person back and prove that you are not somebody to be fucked with, then tell me. Please tell me in the comments. But it's the best answer that I've come up with. Turning the other cheek and letting it happen and letting it slide off of you, if you're strong enough to do it, can work, but it will just keep coming. And the answer that lots of people give is just do nothing and eventually they'll give up. Yeah, but so will you. Because if you don't stand up for yourself, you're gone, man. So I'm sorry if I lost people there. I don't think violence is the answer to almost anything. But when somebody is actively trying to destroy you, you must protect yourself. And you should know how to protect yourself. Go take a jiu-jitsu class. I'll do the same. And probably, if you carry yourself with a little bit of confidence, they won't fuck with you anyway. I love this moment where they evaluate him, because they're waiting for a response. You piss me off. Again, barbs. And we hard cut from there to Rudy as crucified. Literally. Burned at the stake in front of the whole school. And he just lets it happen to him, doesn't he? And I'm not trying to shame him for that, because it's what they tell you to do. Just turn the other cheek and let it happen, man. And it kills him. Because the soul of that human being is dead now. And all the king's horses and all the king's men can't put this fucker together again. He's dead in the eyes. Gone. Dead. Gone. Corner. Sat the fuck down. And everybody who comes in, he pushes them away because of his shame. Flux just enabled itself. Hold on. That's about right. And that's about right. His parents look worriedly at each other and they don't know what to do. And they try to comfort him. Are you okay? Of course not. I know it's hard, but you can't give in. He's already gone, man. And that shit doesn't help. We'll get the kids who did this expelled. And you know what they don't say? They don't say, I love you. They don't fucking say it. They say, don't push yourself. Take it easy. Just rest. Rest, rest. Yeah, guess what, motherfucker? Rest is death. It's as close as you can get to being dead without dying. Isn't it? Laying down in your bed, not doing anything, not eating, not showering, not cleaning yourself, not cleaning your room. It's as close as you can get to already being dead. Well, dead on the inside, dead on the outside. Just let it all go, right? Get off your fucking ass and move, idiot. When you don't want to, too fucking bad. Cry about it while you do it, instead of crying about it while you don't. At least you'll have done something when you're done. Wow, my life is so hard. Okay. Sure it is. The answer seems to be, for most people, make it harder. Seek more difficulty. Find a challenge that's too big for you and push against it until you're broken, and then you'll have something to do because you'll actually be broken, and you'll actually have something to put back together. We live in a world where you can trick your nervous system on every front, and you can trick it into thinking that everything is okay. And you can do it with drugs, and you can do it with alcohol, and you can do it with food, and you can do it with porn, and you can do it with food. A lot of people do it with food, and you can do it with inactivity too. What your body needs is movement and proper nutrition and no poisons and need. You need need. You need lack. You need hunger. Take it easy and rest is the opposite of the answer. Be strong and wait. Strength is active. It's not passive. We'll get those kids expelled. Leave it up to us. We're heading back to your school again. You don't have to move. I'll leave food for you here. What he needs is a drill sergeant who doesn't give a shit about how he feels. It's up at 5 a.m., kiddo. Let's fucking go. You've got work to do. If you don't do this, you're out of the house. Right now. If you don't do this, you don't eat. And what you need is to become your own drill sergeant. Seriously. If I don't do XYZ, I don't eat. Don't give in. I know you'll be fine. All my children are strong. And it just hurts more. I would be if I could. I would be if I could, but I can't. And we fade from there into where we are now. I would be if I could. I would be if I could. I love the flies buzzing on the food. It's rot and decay, and it's exactly what's happening to Rudius. You stay still and you fall apart. You are a thing that moves. Start moving. Put some shoes on and run. Do some air squats in the middle of your room. Jump up and down. Lunges, push-ups. Find something to climb. Or rot. Rudius Dono, isn't it time for you to get out of bed? Well, since you seem otherwise unoccupied, there are things to be fucking done. And you could be doing them. We got a lot to do, man. And he stops himself. No response, eh? I mistook this and misunderstood it when it happened. I thought he was being sneaky and saying, I just got a report that a couple days after Eris left, she and Ghislaine got eaten by monsters. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? And hopefully snap Rudy up out of it with a lie. And I was wrong. I think that would have been a great idea, actually. I don't like lying much. In fact, I don't like it at all. But I think that would have been a great idea to just freak him out for a second. Probably wouldn't have worked long term, honestly. But I do like that he's willing to tell that lie in order to protect Eris. Gives me some more respect for this character. Restoring FIGHTO is my only concern, and I actually believe him. Then I suggest you leave me alone and get to work. But you would be so helpful. You have so much power. I can't leave you to rot here, man. And that's how I feel about you. Because I was rotting once. And I discovered that I have power. Amazingly. Shockingly. I have the ability, apparently, to speak magic words and people listen. And sometimes it changes them. Oh, maybe I should do that more. Maybe I'm compelled to do that. Maybe if I didn't do that, I wouldn't ever be able to forgive myself. And so I do that. Because you could be really, really useful. Because I'm not that different. I'm not special. I just figured out that I could try. That's it. So he comes out with the truth. Given what transpired, I've allowed you to rest idly. But we don't have either the space or the food to be feeding your broke ass. And Rudy gives him this look. And this is amazing. From Rudius Boreas Grey Rat Resentment? Ooh, baby. This look says, so we're enemies then? You're just gonna kick me out, huh? Resentful. Resentful for the food that's been left, for the space that he's been given, resentful for all of it. Are you telling me to get out? I'm telling you that there's more going on than your sadness. And I'm telling you there's more going on than your despair. And I'll say this in a different way. If you're sitting doing nothing, waiting to die, then you might as well go and die faster doing something useful. You're gonna die one way or the other. This is the revelation that I had when my dog died, was that I was sitting at a computer, killing myself slowly, waiting to die, earning money in order to slow the roll of death. And so I decided, fuck it. What do I actually have to lose except a life full of misery? What do I actually have to lose except a life full of misery? Maybe I could strive to be the thing that I actually want to be. And I saw some people that I admired. In this case, that was the semblance of Sanity Bros. And I thought, man, I could do that. And I could do it better than they can. And then I started. And here we are. 4 years later. And still I've made enough money every month to survive. And then some. And I've made hundreds of mistakes. And I've died over and over. I threw myself with abandon into what I cared about, and lo and behold, the universe rearranged itself to make it so that I could continue doing it. Fucking interesting. So if you're dying anyway, die for something worthwhile. And I said this before in a different episode of a different show. Pick something worth dying for, and then die for it. Kill yourself doing it. And I mean that. I mean, kill the self that you are in order to become the person you could become. You have to leave the village in the dirt behind in order to strive for the heavens. You have to leave the child who's moping behind in order to become a human fucking being who can move and who could maybe move mountains. And a really good place to start is recognizing that there are a lot of people who are suffering. And I don't mean that in the way that a lot of people say it. A lot of people say it like, oh, but there are so many people who have it worse than you. Yeah, sure. Doesn't matter. This isn't a race to the bottom of like, oh, who's suffering the most? I don't give a shit. Yeah. You're hurting. I get it. I understand. You're in agony. Cool. Great. You and everybody else, man. What if you could do something about it? What if doing something about the agony and suffering of others ameliorated yours? Secret, it does. It does. It actually does. The value in life for most people, if you talk to old people, I used to work in a hospice. I used to volunteer at a hospice when I was quite young. So, bright, blue-eyed, beautiful child walking around among dying people. Always, when you talk to old people, it's the connections that they've made that they think about. When you ask them where they find value in their lives, it's always in doing things for others. Take that seriously. Doing things for yourself doesn't fulfill you. Do things for others, and it will reflect up onto you 1,000-fold. Find the people around you who are hurting and try to do something about it. And so again, what do you think I'm doing here? Because I think a lot of people who are hurting gravitate toward anime. And I think that if I could alter their perspective a little bit, it might shape them in a direction. It might be that first step that they need. Because that's what happened to me. And Rudy's resentful gaze lingers. And he lays back down. And he gives up. And Rudy's up in his thinking box. What should I have done? What could I have done better? How could I have... There was no answer. There's no... Oh no, I've ruined it all. And it's all my fault. And we get to see that the opposite is true, right? Rudy feels like he pushed everybody away, and we get to see the answer, but... Stuck in your head, overthinking, that's something that you can relate to, I'm sure. Because we all can, right? And there is a trick for that one. There's a real trick for it. I said before, there's no trick for the depression thing. It's doing the thing anyway, regardless of your depression. Okay, the overthinking thing, there's a direct trick for it. It's move. The body. I introduced 2 of my friends to psychedelics, and I wrote this thing out. It's a trip menu, it says there. It's a bunch of events and things and stuff around us that I wanted them to be capable of focusing on, like pointing at something and going, hey man, what does that mean? What does that mean? And this is my favorite one on there. If you are trapped in your mind, escape through your body. I really believe that. And recently I've learned that there's actually some real scientific backing for it. It's something that Huberman, who's a neurobiologist and ophthalmologist at Stanford School of Medicine, says pretty frequently, which is, you can't control the mind with the mind. And so when you have a thinking problem, you don't fix it with thinking. And when you have a feeling problem, you don't fix it with thinking. You fix it with moving. Mood follows action, not the other way around. It's not about getting the motivation up to go and do the thing. Doing the thing is the motivation. Doing the thing is the same as the motivation. There's no distinction. Because otherwise, motivation is this ethereal concept that you can't really effectively define. So here's a good definition for motivation. Motivation is, if you did the thing, then you were motivated. And so if you did the thing despite not wanting to do the thing, you were motivated to do the thing. So do the thing and stop thinking so much about getting motivated. Just get it done. What should I have done? What should you be doing right now? And eventually, over the course of the episode, that's exactly what happens, is Rudy realizes there's something specific that I should be doing right now for somebody else, and immediately he has to do it. He can't help it. He doesn't muster up I gotta muster up the energy to get up out of bed. No, he has the thought of the thing that he needs to do, and he goes, oh shit, I need to do that, and then he's just doing it. Bingo. Bingo. I don't know what you want from me. Well, what do you want? And he rolls out of bed and runs his hand through Eris's hair. And so we turn our attention to him. Are you sure about this? Yeah. And we turn our attention to Ruijerd, and Ruijerd is doing it. And it's awesome. It's awesome. He's doing the thing, and it's hard for him, and you can see his hesitation in every moment of it. I love this, that she's going up these steps, climbing. Amazingly amazing. And so I wasn't afraid of anything when I was with him, and that's why she has to leave. And Ruijerd says the thing, and they respond the way people respond, which is, well, how could we be afraid of you? You just saved us. Never crossed my mind that Rudius might die. I'm powerless. I can't do anything in comparison. I always relied on him for everything. And Ruijerd, again, also relied on him for all of those social things. And now he finds, as he steps out into it, that he can do it himself. I couldn't do anything for him, and this line, Rudius's hands were smaller than mine, and I was relying on him. Oh. Well, she's older than he is, right? And girls mature faster than boys. But that realization that her shoulders are broader than his, and she can't shoulder the burdens that he can, shames her, and so she has to go out alone. And so we discover that Rudy is in this moment of like, I did something wrong, and I pushed these people who I care about away, and they're going, I've done something wrong, and I've made myself a burden upon the person that I care about most. And it's fucking perfect. So she scampers up to the top of this mountain and proclaims her love. I'll go see him again someday. I'll train and get strong enough to beat the dragon god, and then this time I'll protect him. And this frame, I said it when it happened, but this frame is the frame where if Eris is the character in this piece of media that you're going to fall for, you fall for her here. You might have liked her, or sexualized her in your mind, or thought about how cute she is before. But this is the moment that you fall for her. Because this is a human being striving to be better, who has a real goal and is driven for it. And she makes it look so fucking easy. And good for her. Because she's lovable and lovely. And Ruijerd is doing the same damn thing, right? And only Rudy is stuck back where he was a long time ago. And in the cold, Zanoba believes in Rudy, and in the heat, Mr. Monkey believes in Rudy. And in the rainforest, Rudy's perspective has caused change. And by the sea, Rudy's actions have saved lives and caused change. And his reputation echoes. And Rudy's still stuck in his room. And this little child wants to be altruistic. And the thing that matters is this. No, don't. Don't. You'll just hurt me more. I'm just ashamed. Stop it. Let me die. Just let me die. As slowly as and as painfully as possible, let me tear myself apart in peace and comforting quiet. Let me die. Your mind is a powerful thing. If you choose not to exist anymore, and you really believe that you shouldn't exist anymore, your body and mind will make that happen for you, man. Whether you choose to do it quickly or slowly. And you might say, no, I'm not killing myself, I'm just surviving. Doubt it, because you are a greening thing, and if you're not growing, you're dying. And if you're not pushing, you're slowing down. Because we all die eventually. You have no need to speed that shit up, man. There are reasons for you to be acting right now. There are things that you could be fighting against. There are real enemies in the world. Real ones, not fictional ones. The environment is becoming our enemy. You gotta go fight for that shit. Now. The exploitation rampant throughout our societies is an enemy, and you should be out there fighting it. And if you're not fighting it in some way, then you're wasting resources. Get up off your ass. Start moving. Join the battle. It's a battle between two ideas. Most of the universe is ruled by contempt for being, which is to say chaos and entropy. Living things are ruled by being is good. Like the sprouts that believe so hard even though they're trapped in a jar. They believe so hard that leave them alone long enough and they'll try to break that fucking jar. You should be fighting for this, and you should be fighting against this. There's a war going on in the hearts and minds of people. And you're one of the battlefields, and you're one of the fighters. And you should be fighting. And I hope that it's helpful to frame it that way. There are real enemies, and they're bigger than you, and they're bigger than me, and I need your help. Because I can't do this alone. And I know that I'm not alone. There are a lot of people fighting this same battle. But I need your help, and so does everybody else around you. Your father is dying. Your mother is dying. Your society is dying. And the children will be dying too. And the environment is dying. And all the living things are dying. Fight for life or get out of the way. I like this scene a lot. It's very cute. Kishirika's absurd. She's got to be the best. She's just the absolute goofiest. The way that she fully wrapped in. First off, I don't know who Hagura is. I think she's just trying to push the thing away, and her being totally wrapped up in this and just oing, oing, oing. Amazing, absolutely amazing. Please make a wish of me. I am a great demon lord. Yes, but I am. Poof, 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 poof. Kishirika. La, 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 la. I could give you a demon eye. Yeah. And Roxy doesn't accept the greatest gift. You would use your one wish for another. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. And she really can see them. And who caused this reunion? Rudius did. And so what does he say to Norn? Don't worry, I'm sure your big brother has it. Because everybody in this damned world that has met Rudius goes, man, I believe in that kid. Everybody except Rudy himself. And that's exactly right. You can't see yourself. Whatever depiction you have of you is wrong. No matter how many mirrors you put around yourself, no matter how many cameras you put around yourself, you can't see yourself. And neither can other people, because they can't know you. But they might see some things that you don't know. That's one of the reasons you can't be trapped in your room. It's because you'll go insane, and you'll think that you're worthless. And you might actually be, but you'll think that you're worthless. And if you were to step outside of yourself, you would find that probably most people don't think you're worthless. And you might want to listen to them. But Rudy can't see it. Well, they seem happy. Now the mother is deep under the sand, under great cavernous halls, under shards of twining crystal, and warped and wavy. And that makes me wonder if there's another deeply powerful entity under there, something with the power to obscure Kishirika's sight. But that will be a mystery for next season, won't it? Yes, it will. Yes, it will. Not even with your majesty's eyes. But we know where she is. In the labyrinth city of Rapan, which is, I don't know, in the Big Idiot continent. I don't know. And what about Rudy? Oh. He's chilling, looking sad. Thank you, thank you. Now farewell. And the tumbleweed blows by, and she fucking disappears because Kishirika's the craziest character. I wonder why she hasn't contacted anyone. She might be in trouble. And they ask, aren't you worried about Rudy? Well, I'm a little worried to hear he's depressed. But I know that Rudy will be able to get back up on his own. And that is by no means obvious, Roxy. I know you can do it. All my children are strong. People fade away and die all the time. People give up all the time. Not everyone is strong, but everyone could be. You could be. And it's not some ethereal thing that you're waiting for a spark. It's you. Here's the spark. The spark is me telling you to get up off your ass, you stupid fat slob. Get the fuck up. Get the fuck up. Wake the fuck up. Get outside. I don't care what time it is. Get outside. Breathe the air. Touch the grass. Jump up and down. Do some squats. Do some push-ups. Do something. Clean your desk. Move one thing and put it in a place. Start by starting. There's nothing to it but to do it. Based Ronnie Coleman. Ain't no thing but a chicken wing. Don't know what the fuck that means. I don't know what the fuck that means, but I say it all the time. Nothing to it but to do it, man. And so we find ourselves inside of Rudy's mind. People don't change that easily. And what has the lesson been for 22 episodes before this? People can change. And how easily it all changes and slips away. And he doesn't even realize the irony of that, does he? Because just a couple of days ago, I don't know how long it's been actually, but right before everything fell apart, Rudy was a totally different person, right? Just a couple of days ago, before Eris left. Totally different person. And then one event happens in his life, and he's able to go from here to here. And he says, people can't change that easily. Well, yeah, they can, obviously. You went from 60 to 0. How hard could it be to go the other way? Well, gravity is against you, but not that fucking hard. It's not like I wanted to end up like this, and that's a lie. Because if you wanted to be other than you were, you'd already be doing it. I told you that I went and I talked to a bunch of people about their New Year's resolutions. I talked to a bunch of people about their New Year's resolutions, and I wrote them down, okay? I wrote them all down. 23 people. Not a lot, but all of them had something in their life that they wanted to change. Some of them I had to push for it, but we figured it out. The best answer was the 5th guy I talked to. Because I asked him what his New Year's resolution was, and he went, fuck that shit, man. I don't need New Year's resolutions. I was like, oh god, another one of these. Okay, great. And then he went, I'm already doing it. I'm already going to the gym. and cutting back on my alcohol. And then he looked down at the beer he was drinking and went, shit. And I've told that story 3 times now on camera, but it doesn't matter because it's a good story. If you wanted to be different than you are, then you would already be doing it. What you want to be doing, truly, what you really believe that you should be doing, is exactly what you're doing. And everything else is a lie, because if you really wanted it, you'd be doing it. There's nothing stopping you, except you. So kill the you that's stopping you, and stop it from killing the you that wants something else. Or resign yourself to your fate, and stop blaming other people. Surrounded by people who reached out to help me, and I rejected them. It's not like I wanted to end up like this. I just did by doing all the things that would indicate that I wanted to end up like this. Stuck in my own paranoia, convinced that they were laughing at me. I did think that I could do it if I tried. Yeah, but you didn't believe you'd have the opportunity to try. You didn't believe that you really could push that button. It's too late. I did think that I could. Yeah, I did want to lose myself in that dream, but it's not a dream. You make dreams happen. If you go to my Patreon, not to give me money, but if you'd like to, I'd appreciate it. If you go to my Patreon, it says Teeaboo is creating memes and dreams. I wrote that 4 years ago when I started the Patreon, and I've left it exactly there. Because there was a line that was kind of a meme going around that was, don't let your dreams be memes. Like, don't let your dreams become a joke. And it was a jokey meme itself, but it stuck in my head. And so what was I creating? Memes and dreams. And I mean that in fullness. Because you don't just dream dreams, you make them. And that's correct. And what are memes? They're spreadable pieces of information. And I make them. And I've been doing that for 4 years since I started the thing. Or 3 years, however long it's been. Doesn't matter at this point. It's going to be until I die, so doesn't really matter. Lose yourself in a dream. No. Become your dreams. It's too late now, and he's given up. No one will reach out to me anymore, and he's given up. But even if they did, you'd reject them again, right? Because you want to stay right where you are, Rudy. Really, you want to stay right where you are. So what does it matter now? I'll live on in my dreams. I'll live on in fantasy. I'll live on in fiction. I'll live on in video games. I'll live on in pornography. The real things are not for me. The fantasies are good enough. Fuck that. Fuck that self-congratulatory bullshit. Do something worthwhile and then pat yourself on the back. I mean, people can't just change, right? And it's the most brutal thing to ever hear coming from the most inspiring, changed person. Because you can change right back, is what it says. And that fucking hurts. What does it matter now? And he closes his eyes, and we get the third bubbles of water, and we awaken to see a dream of reality, of the past. And it's unclear how we get here, or what makes Rudy think of it being here, because we see things that he could not have known, right? He couldn't have known because she hid her pricked finger from him. So we watch him full of life, pursue victory by any means necessary, and acting to help the others around him, acting to help his mother. I'll take responsibility for waking you, he says. And that seems to be what we need right now. And maybe that's the answer. Maybe Zenitsu is asleep somewhere deep, deep underground. Stuck in her own abyss. But our colors begin to flash and fade. Thank you, Rudy. Oh, it's the least I could do. We're family. And she says, no, seriously. Rudy. Yeah?
大好きよ
And his eyes open. Oh. And a little sparkle of life comes back into it. Oh. And the two Rudys overlap as he realizes there's no motivation to it. There's no grand revelation. There's no, now I'm feeling up for it. It's, I have to. She loves me. That's my mom. I have to. I have to find Zenitsu. And so Rudy in reality and Rudy in reality, because they're the same Rudy, both stride to the door, to the threshold, to the light that burns. And clutching the holy relic, they step outside into the future and past the self that was. And so he wakes up and takes the step. And we find out that Sylphie's cool. Sylphie's really badass, and she's got cool glasses, and her hair's white now, and I don't fucking get why, and it's really fucking cool. And she's surrounded by cutie patooties as well. Even this guy, he's a cutie patootie. Look at him. Oh, look at his all his coiffed hair. Look at all of these school kids in a new place. Ooh. Magic school, baby. We're going to magic school. We might be going to magic school. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Okay. So we get it, right? There's nothing to it but to do it. Motivation is bullshit. Action is motivation. They're the same thing. There's no secret to getting yourself out of a slump. It's just doing it. It's really the only secret. And you can really hurt yourself and believe things about yourself that are so obviously not true that they're laughable. And that doesn't make them any less true to you or any less hurtful. So be careful when the voice in your head begins to get negative about you. Because it might be worth listening to if you can turn it into something useful. Or it might be worthwhile to go, shut the fuck up and go for a run. Or move a thing, or clean your room, or do some push-ups, or take a shower, or whatever it is that you know that you need to do it. We put a lot of effort into finding our passions, finding the thing that we're meant for. What was I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do? And there's a simple answer to that one, and it is to look around you and find what needs to be done and then start doing it. I believe in you. Believe in yourself. And if you can't believe in yourself, then believe in me when I say that I believe in you. Because I have to. Because I need you. Because we all need you. Stay hard, motherfucker. And now, for having made it all the way through this monster of a video, a little reward. I didn't think I was going to do this, but I am going to do this. Let's watch the trailer. I don't normally watch trailers, but I'm excited. What? Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, these are only semi-animated. Very cool. Hi, Sophie. Oh, hi. Hello. That's a lot. We got cute animal girls. We got magic school. Oh, Xanobar. Stop it. Oh. Oh. Hi, Nanahoshi doing magic. I like that too. That duo. Don't tell me you're willing to die. Uh-huh. Don't tell me you have nothing left. I lost something big, but there's still something I have. A gem at the center of madness. Paul destroyed. Whoa. Whoa. It used to be way worse. Walk further through the snow. Ooh, cool hair? Magic school? Ooh, spicy. And? Hi, what's up? Oh, because she just teleported there. And her hair changed color. Weird. This year, huh? That's fast. I hope that doesn't fuck up the production schedule too badly. That was somebody subscribing to the channel. Hey, pretty spicy. Pretty spicy. Don't tell me you have nothing left. I lost something big, but there's still something that I have is pretty fucking scary. I wonder if he means Eris when he says that? Or if he's gonna find out that his mom is dead. I don't know who this blonde who's fighting and shooting arrows is. This looks like Paul getting killed, but I don't know. This is Roxy embracing maybe Rudy in a shift? Can we fulfill all of the harem routes? That would be nuts, guys. That would be too much. Remember, it used to be way worse. This is better. Ooh, groovy baby. Ooh, groovy baby. Now this, the lady in the snow. Most replayed, yeah. Understandably so. Hulky Hulk multi-arm lady person thing. I don't know if that's a lady. I don't fucking know. That's not Zenitsu, right? It's a character we don't know, and she's got an arrow sticking out of her. Oh, no, that's an earring. Okay, I thought that was an arrow sticking out of her head. And we see that she's with, like... Oh, there's this giant gem in the middle of something. Oh, no, that's gotta be Zenitsu. She's trapped in a gem somewhere. Ooh, imprisonment. Ooh, there's an evil wizard. There's an evil wizard doing stuff to Zenitsu. This is a different character all entangled in vines, sexualized. Interesting. And then we see that character with like a thick chick on a boat. And I don't know where that was, but it was something. And oh, there. These two. This is like a fighter and a rogue, or a fighter and a ranger classical. Very cool. Can't wait to meet them. Whole bunch of newly introduced characters. A lot of sexy stuff just to draw the eye a little bit. And why not? I'm down. No problem with that. And Nanahoshi working on some interesting magics. Very cool. An exciting trailer. Doesn't reveal too much, I don't think. If it does, then I've missed it, so... Well, we already knew that Zetitsu was near crystals and stuff. Cool. Cool. Well then. Thus ends Mushoku Tensei. And I'll also reveal something else, which is what I want to do with this slot moving forward. For Wednesday. I don't know how it'll work out exactly. Because I'm not sure what the daily will be. I might end up moving things around. But regardless of how it works out precisely, I am going to watch a currently airing show. I'm no longer beholden to early access, which means that I can watch something while it's airing without losing viewership. Or losing money, I should say. And that's pretty cool, and I'm excited for it. So, there are a few interesting shows that begin airing this next season. Well, now that I look at it, it's kind of... I was going to say I was going to announce a poll for this. I might actually not do that. despite the fact that that will directly lose me money, because, a poll would make me money, right? Well, I look at it, and what's coming up this season, there's one thing that really stands out as something that I can't ignore, and it's Vinland Saga Season 2. And it starts airing in 6 days, on January 10th, 2023. Well, I'll see you next week for episode 1 of Vinland Saga Season 2. That'll be next after this one. I can't not watch it, and it's a season 2 of a thing that I've seen and enjoyed. Okay, I guess I'll lose money by not polling for it. You can help offset that by throwing me $1 on the Patreon if you'd like, and if you enjoyed these reactions and discussions and stuff, I'll keep them coming. And probably when Mushoku Tensei Season 2 airs, I'll be moving into that, because this first season was spectacular. Thank you so much for coming on this long journey with me. I hope it was as worth it for you as it has been for me, because it has been fucking worthwhile. It's changed me. It really has. It said a lot of things that I already knew, but it said them in ways that I didn't know I needed to hear, and it said a lot of things that I didn't quite know either. And so I'm deeply grateful to Refugene, and deeply grateful to the studio and all of the artists, and all of the producers, and directors, and animators, and animation directors, and checkers, and in-betweeners, and voice actors, and writers, and rewriters, who made this show into a thing that I could experience, because it has been a hell of an experience. And I'm glad and grateful to all of you for coming along with me, and for talking in the comments, for discussing this incredible piece of media. You have my gratitude. Much love. See you next time. Peace.